Hello everyone, welcome to RLBot Championship 2022. We're going to figure out the best 1v1 bot in the world. This is Terhart. I'm joined by caster Gaugan. You may know him from RLCS Apex South. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Terhart. I am ecstatic to be here. This is going to be really entertaining, and of course, thank you for the warm welcome as well. Yes, I've been bouncing around Asia Pacific South of RLCS, Uni Rocketeers as well with EURC, ton of fun, but this is something different, and I gotta say that's exactly what drew me to this idea of these bots, becoming stronger, rivaling some of the best grand plats in all of Rocket League. So I'm really excited to get this underway.
Me too. This has been a long time coming. We got some breakthrough bots coming. People are complaining about the music. I hope I fixed it now that... No? Still not? Interesting. It's always audio issues with us. Well, we're going to get into the match soon enough. Ter can be 1.2 times louder. Working on it. So this bracket animation that you're seeing is actually the real one. It's going to be Necto versus Broccoli coming up first. Here is our actual bracket powered by Cleopatra, made by East Village. You can see it's going to be Necto versus Broccoli Bot. We're going to proceed through this double elimination bracket. The Mercy rule is a 6-goal differential to allow for Brazil, of course. And these first matches are going to be best of 1. We'll move on to a best of 3 in the semis.
Yeah, this looks like a very entertaining bracket. I'm curious how everybody's feeling about who their favorite might be. Obviously, chat has egged me on early here to announce that I am the true maker of Necto. Whether or not that's true is obviously up to the fact checkers here, but I'm excited to see this one play out, especially with this, best of 1 to kick things off. One game is what keeps these bots from an upper bracket walk to the grand final or the lower bracket run of the century. So it's going to be really interesting to see what transpires in this first round.
That's right, high stakes right off the bat. And I will get right into it. Necto versus Broccoli Bot. Necto, considered the favorite. Broccoli has his work cut out for him big time.
Always love a good underdog story here. Broccoli Bot as well. Coming into this one, strong on defense statistically here in comparison to some of the other bots in the field made by Code Red. So be really interesting here. I'm going to subtly hint and wait for the visual to come in, but I see Necto has already got it started.
Necto is so fast off the bat. Strong bot.
I'm curious. I am really excited about this. I can't really overstate that because a little bit of background for my Rocket League playing history. Before I bought this game back in 2015, right like a week after it came out. Necto with a quick second goal here, just scrappy one there down at the bottom, and no real contest there, so Necto gets the finish. What a squeeze there on the post. But to finish up my point, before I hopped into those online lobbies, I was grinding out that season mode, playing matches with the Rocket League bots, whatnot. So I spent a lot of time there, and obviously everybody tends to outgrow it every now and then. But I think this is a question that's always been on people's minds, is how can we make the AI in this game a lot better? And I don't think there's a much better place for me to go to see how good these bots can be. Good catch there from Necto.
Oh yeah, his catches and his dribbles are on point. The ball control is like nothing we've seen in the bot world before.
This very, very interesting. I mean, I knew I was going to be amazed, and I'm sure there are going to be more fantastic moments as we go on here, but that's something I didn't really expect to see right from the drop. I'm waiting to see Broccoli's response, though, because a couple of these balls have found their way a little bit past, but Necto still with the control deep in the zone. It's very evident, a challenge as well, just to try and force possession away. Now Broccoli, good look down. That'll bounce right in front. Can Broccoli get there? Nothing left in the tank, though.
That's too bad. I thought that was a great chance. He put up a good fight on defense with some good challenges. Almost bounced in for him.
And Necto now finding that near post yet again. Looking for it. Goes across. tough ball to handle for anybody really at that angle, and Broccoli gets a much needed clear aside. There's still plenty of time left in this, but obviously with the mercy roll, Necto wants to get there as fast as possible, and no real challenge there on that one. 4-0 for Necto.
That's right. Broccoli got caught out. He was picking daisies in midfield, and that's not something you can do against Necto.
Still 3:37 to go, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see Broccoli Bot push forward a little bit more. There've been a couple times where Necto's gone a little bit too far forward and set it up on an off angle, so the finish isn't quite there, but Broccoli has to get a little bit more aggressive with it, push it aside. That's an unfortunate challenge, though. Backflip not enough to turn it aside, and Necto's creeping closer and closer here to that 6-goal spot.
That's right. Could be a sweep here. Now this, of course, is the toughest matchup in the bracket. You got the top seed versus the bottom, so this is not an enviable position for anybody to be in. I'm glad Broccoli is at least putting up a fight.
Yeah, it certainly, you know, the scary scoreline so quick into the match can be convincing in one way to put Necto so high up, but in a way, it's the expected result here. This one a tap towards that cursed near post here for Necto, but look at that little catch collect again. 6-0, 3:07 left on the clock, but Necto puts this round one on ice.
Great stuff from Necto. Okay, we're going to put this one in the books. Let me switch us over to the bracket and use the new fetch scores feature. I love it. Saves me a lot of work. All right, Necto moves on. Broccoli is down in match 8, waiting for what happens next. We're going to see RLBot versus self-driving car.
All right, another interesting matchup coming up here. Code Red as well, responsible for RLBot here, made with C# as well. A pretty aggressive ball chaser description-wise, so it'll be interesting to see. Not quite what we saw from Broccoli on the other side, sort of patiently waiting there, but you can see the jump already. Wants to get high up in the air, and look at that powerful shot. Gets us started. First goal 9 seconds in.
Nice statement out of RLBot. Now, self-driving car is a pretty old bot. Hasn't been touched in a while, but he was the reigning 1v1 champ for about 2 years. So this is really a great story of being able to have the new bot overcome the old.
Yeah, and I do have to say as well, I like that the creator of self-driving car knows how to make a self-driving car, but doesn't quite know what a phone is, courtesy of what is a phone. That's the one name pun I've got to get out here in the first round, but I mean, still, the recovery was a good attempt there, self-driving car with the jump off, but just kind of gave up halfway through. I mean, with RLBot pushing so fast, there wasn't really an avenue to save that one away. And again, we've got this bot in blue storming out to an early lead here, but what does self-driving car do in response? Grabs the mid boost, goes to the sidewall, couple of misses here, but RLBot still with possession. The side flip utilized well, but no boost left in the tank for the push. Self-driving car, though, is going to let RLBot push it all the way down. And still, this ball stays within that orange zone. Everybody peels off, and RLBot's up by 3.
I love how he threw that shot in just right over his shoulder.
Wow.
The jump up, twist around, fade away, baby.
That's a beautiful one right there. Just the knowledge to know. I feel like a lot of human 1v1 players, regardless of rank, may not have that awareness, and they might just recognize at that point, okay, if I grab mid boost and reposition myself, I'm probably in a better spot to challenge for a clean shot. But RLBot just understands, you know, this is the window, and self-driving car with the back pass of the century, unfortunately with no teammates in the backfield to receive it, but booms it back the other way now. Still only a minute in, so again, we get back to that plenty of time mantras. Self-driving car likes to play for possession here, but doesn't really like to follow up on the second touch. RLBot's going to take full advantage of it and resume the pressure here, still holding on to that confident 3-goal lead. The fourth on 0 boost, sure to fall in that bottom corner, and there it is.
Nice job, RLBot. Unrelenting pressure there. Eventually, STC just had to crack.
Yeah, this is looking a little rough here on the outcome for self-driving car to come out of this one the victor. 3:39 to play here on a stormy DFH, but as play continues, see the ball back. RLBot, though, has really liked jumping up and off of those sidewalls just to maintain possession high and away here, something that you really don't see the Rocket League bots at their base level getting in the air at all. So it's very impressive for them to get these touches, go for these challenges high up. So now another high flying one, and now all of a sudden self-driving car has a couple of good looks that could center up, but chat as well is a beautifully wonderful feature. RLBot here is going to own goal in spectacular fashion.
Oh no. That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, difficult position. I think there were, it looks to me like there were a couple things that RLBot was trying to do, and all of those opportunities started fading away very, very quickly.
Now SDC winning kickoff. I think he's got a spark now. Some hope to work with.
I think it's the incoming quick chats, but unfortunately, the incoming ball is only going towards self-driving cars net again. 5-1 here, and we've got our first potential look at a Brazil here if RLBot can clutch up and get 2 more in a row. I mean, again, you know, talked about RLBot's aggression compared to the other bots coming into this specific matchup, and I think self-driving car is paying that price, especially when not going for the second touch. But if you're going to get a free gift like that and find the far post, what a read for that goal.
He tied it up with a bow and a ribbon. You're right about that. Ooh, that is not a good clear.
Yeah, unfortunate touch there, and fading away into obscurity in that corner. The back boost is only going to get you so far, and the shot placement, I mean, it's pristine. Self-driving car could have put it at the near post and at least given RLBot a little bit of a look to save it away after getting that back boost, but all of a sudden, self-driving car playing a little bit more forward, still very keen to get these back passes, but plays very conservatively once they get them, and now RLBot is going to get a 6th here. Again, keeping that goal differential pretty sizable here, as self-driving car just kind of falls victim to the same play. We've seen it a couple times now. Just takes the boom back into one of those orange corners, immediately goes to the goal line, and RLBot, being the aggressor that it is, just instantly starts to jump on those opportunities.
Yeah, normally I don't like to be that aggressive in a Rocket League game, but his reflexes and mechanics just save him and allow him to use that strategy very effectively.
It's one of the things that I was thinking about coming into this too, with, you know, bots taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance, because a lot of times with human players, the error comes in. Good goal here from self-driving car. Another read towards the middle of the zone that RLBot just unfortunately clears right into. I mean, you gotta like that touch off the back wall, but just a tad too far there to get to on the follow-up, and it's a 3rd goal here for self-driving car. But to finish that point, again, I feel like a lot of the human error comes in that decision-making process. So these bots can certainly be a lot stronger in that regard, where as soon as they are committed to a play, they will see it through. Whether or not it succeeds is a different question.
That's right, that's right. You know, when you're making a bot, when you start to add strategy, that's when things tend to come apart. It's so hard. Being an aggressive ball chaser is in a lot of ways easier. And RLBot is just using that strategy to full effect.
Yeah, I can imagine the strategy complicates things. I do need to admit, oh, nice shot here from RLBot. Capitalizes a little bit of a slow play there. The 4-goal lead is maintained. What a touch into the corner as well. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
It's crazy seeing that kind of shot come out from a bot, because that's a fast read coming out of the corner, and not a whole lot of people know exactly where that ball's going to fall.
RLBot is just an artist in the air too. I love the way he twists around. It's one of his signature moves.
RLBot now looking to control this one. Some slow touches, some nice air roll as well, utilizing all those mechanics. Self-driving car goes high up into the corner and sort of just waiting in response. Nobody grabs that back boost either, so this ball finds its way back out to the middle of the field, and self-driving car has been able to hold on and keep away that mercy rule, but time is ticking. It's certainly a factor here, because 4 goals in 50 seconds, especially for self-driving car here, doesn't look incredibly likely, especially with RLBot just able to play with this ball so slowly. We see one of the slowest standoffs I've ever seen, and still able to find the challenge and the goal to the bottom corner. The patience there from RLBot.
Such poise in front of the goal. That is professional level. It works out for him, I gotta say.
That's beautiful right there. It takes a lot of nerve to just move at essentially 1 mile an hour right in front of the ball, that deep in the zone. But self-driving car was just kind of, having a good time sitting in net and waiting for that ball to come in. So RLBot, again, jumping up for these challenges a little faster, but I feel like a lot of these goals that we've seen for self-driving car fall through come with these touches from RLBot in their own corner, and self-driving car just pushes for them. So a little bit of aggression on offense, nearly the 9th and what would have been final goal here, as RLBot is just going crazy with these touches once again. One last look here at an open net. Is that one on? It's looking like it is. Bottom corner. And again, that 4-goal difference, a little too late here for self-driving car, but a great match nonetheless.
That's right, and SDC just reminding us to respect our elders. He knows how to score still. Don't count him out. But RLBot is just on fire.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting one. I feel like self-driving car has done well in some moments of capitalization, but the aggression from RLBot was just too much to handle at key points in this series, and the touches were crazy. I think if RLBot somehow misses a couple of those human-like touches, then maybe this one is a lot closer, but 8-4, your result there. RLBot advances and winners.
That was excellent. Let me double check and make sure I'm saving replays here, because I want these replays bad.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you. This is something that a lot of people need to see. I know these bots have been featured in tons of places, but I feel like a majority of the Rocket League community, namely, those players who think they're on top of the world for placing in Diamond 1 year. Don't lie, we were all there. I was there. We were all there at some point. But talking about the publicity of these bots as well, we also saw Necto in the first match take down Broccoli 6-0. And one of the cool things about Necto that we do know is that the bot was featured on Rocket Sledge's YouTube channel, a very popular Rocket League content creator. That video, now I'm checking in, currently over 150,000 views, and that was not posted too long ago. So the fact that more and more people are discovering the amazing things that these bots can do is a really beautiful thing for this game.
Yeah, I love the way people are getting interested now, and the more people see it, I think the more bot makers are going to join. Bots are going to get better and better. Love to see it. We appreciate all the publicity from Sledge and the great videos he makes.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want. You want more publicity, you want more eyes on this, more people paying attention to this scene, and from there it just generates more competition, different perspectives, and everything gets a lot stronger. And speaking of some strong bots here, third quarterfinal kicking off right now. This is Element versus RLBot kicking off, and excited to see how this one unfolds as well.
That's right. I happen to make RLBot, and I'm pretty nervous because Element is amazing. Amazing machine learning bot.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one to watch. Element been on the rise as of recent, made by Wrangler as well, and sporting that Fennec. It's a nice look as well. I wasn't paying too close of attention to the card choice, but I believe this is the first Fennec we're seeing today.
Yeah, I think that's right. And he uses it to good effect. Oh, he's just so fast. This hurts to watch, but it's also beautiful to see.
Very, very fast and very, very controlling as well. It's beautiful to see a bot keeping the ball that close right there, not allowing it to get away from possession for too long. I mean, RLBot not really in any position to challenge that one aside off of that opportunity, but it's cool to watch as well when these bots do go for these shots. Obviously, RLBot with the miss there. A lot of times in lower ones lobbies, what you'll get is a human player will expend everything they have to try and score a goal at the expense of leaving their net wide open on the other end. But Element is just creating opportunities right now. RLBot's still there, but no save to be had, and a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, RLBot just looking desperate there, trying to pinch it on the near post. Didn't work out. Just leaves it for Element.
And still 4 minutes on the clock, but another strong lead here by this bot in blue. These higher seeded bots, as I take it, a little bit more keen to advance through uppers, but it's double elimination for a reason. Unfortunately, this one off the kickoff will also fall Element's way, as RLBot just a little bit of a rough touch there. Obviously wanted to go for a little bit of control, but hitting it towards that specific bump there in the sidewall, not really going to leave much of an avenue there for RLBot to see a way out.
Oh boy, Element won that kickoff pretty clean. Nothing RLBot can do here. That's going to be number 4.
Yeah, this is, you can tell this is a little bit of a tough matchup for RLBot. I see the key difference here. Element has always been keeping the ball very, very close, and I think RLBot wants to go for some controlling touches, but they're just a bit too distant, and it doesn't seem like RLBot has the resources or the position to follow up for that second touch, so Element is more than happy to dispossess. This one finds its way towards the goal line, but hey, a nice save there, a little bit of light of hope as RLBot tries to speed down the sidewall, but Element immediately steals the ball away and gets a 5th just like that.
Oh, that's trouble. Yeah, RLBot, he might prefer a 2v2 or a 3v3 when he gets chances to shoot long bombs, but this possession game that Element is playing, forcing him to play, he's completely out of his depth.
Yeah, I like that take a lot. I think RLBot would really thrive with this sort of playstyle in that 2s area if the teammate bot is close enough for these touches to take as passes. That's going to be a collaborative effort there to end the game with 3:16 to go. Element, I mean, it's a result that we saw coming after the start of the match, but 6-0 here to move on in the upper bracket for Element.
Well done to Element. Let me make double sure. Yes, we're going to get this replay. Boom. And I'll switch y'all over to the bracket so we can see what's going on. So Element takes it quite easily over RLBot, 6-0. Next up, we're going to see Bottomus versus Camiel.
Really excited. Yeah.
Me too, me too. People are sad that this used to be the match of Titans, right? Like normally this would be the finals. To have one of these guys go to the lower bracket immediately is kind of weird. But it's good news because this match is going to be hype.
Oh, definitely. And this breakneck speed that the start of the bracket is with this best of 1 as well, it's going to be a very, very intense match. A lot on the line here because nobody really wants to make that lower bracket run. I feel like all of these first 3 bots that we've seen in the winners column, Necto, RLBot, and Element, I mean, as it were, at least one of them, if not more, are going to end up in the lower side of things. So you're going to have to take them on eventually. You'd much rather want to take them on with 2 lives. Camiel rocking the battle bus here for the first goal. Interesting card choice. I could never find myself fond of it, although I love it for the meme. It feels a little wrong, but for Camiel, everything feels right here to kick things off.
Camille's looking great. One of the attributes she has is she can work with any car body. She does the math, so you can adjust to an Octane, a Fennec, whatever, and Camille just has it on random. Impressive.
That is very impressive. Bottomus, though, with an impressive shot here to tie things up, 437. I did have that question, actually, coming into this, you know, considering Element was the first Fennec we saw of the day, whether or not, like, how much the car bodies factor into it. Because I think, again, you know, going into... It's so easy to make the comparison here between bot play and human play, but human play, I feel like a lot of people can attest to this. If you're not feeling it with one car, you switch over immediately, and maybe if it's not in the Octane, you're feeling it in the Fennec, even though those are the same exact hitboxes. But it's cool to see that the hitboxes here do carry a lot of weight in how these bot makers approach these bots in this game. Bottomus here, 2-1 lead.
Very nice shot by Bottomus. He's known for his long bombs and his accuracy from those cross-court shots. Let's see if he can keep those up.
Really excited to see as we continue to go. This could be one of the closer matches here, which is exactly what you want from this quarterfinal. Like you said, it's be a very highly entertaining one, likely would have been a championship in other circumstances, but hey, maybe whoever gets eliminated here to the lower bracket can make their run. Camille is going to tie things up 2-2. Another catch and collect here on the sidewall and an open net to find on the other end. These bots just going back and forth, and I can't get over that control right there, keeping it so close. It's something that a lot of players, you know, do not know how to do properly, and it's just a beautiful thing to watch every time.
That's right. It's funny to see bots being so good at some things and so terrible at others. Oh, Cam sneaks one in.
Yeah, it comes in off the kickoff here. Let's see how this one wound up. They just go straight on, and it bounces right off the ceiling. It nearly, I believe it clips the crossbar right there, which very beneficial bounce. But hey, a goal is a goal, and Cam's up by 1 here with 3:48 to play. That might go in bottom corner. No, it rings off the post. A little tricky one, but now the kickoffs are really coming into play in this game.
Oh, it's a high floater. Cam has boost. Here she goes. Oh, a rare miss. Unfortunate.
And on the other side, does Bottomus Prime finish this one up? Of course, plenty of boost in the tank. Should have never had a doubt, honestly, that one was going in. But again, we get back to that idea of going for broke on those big shots at the risk of leaving an open net on the other side. It was close, though, for Cam. Definitely not a far miss by any extent of the imagination, but Bottomus Prime, good capitalization there. That kickoff is extremely neutral, straight up into the sky through the midfield, and a huge aerial block there from Bottomus Prime. That could turn into a goal on the other side. No boost in the tank, no problem. Bottomus Prime up by 1.
Awesome work by Bottomus. Using that boost to get down to the ground faster and approach that shot. I wonder if that was ideal, but it looked good for sure.
Yeah, this is... These bots really going toe-to-toe right now, answering each other very well in the development of how this one progresses, because I feel like, you know, going into this, my inclination, nice flick there in the battle bus. I mean, maybe not necessary with how far Bottomus Prime was off of it, but you love to see it regardless. And talk about things that a couple of players struggle with here. You always love to see a good flick.
Absolutely. And some of the flicks we're going to see from Cam and later throughout the day are just superhuman.
Bottomus turning for this one, approaching the halfway point and still tied up at 4. Cam trying to change that up here, but Bottomus comes over. Cam did end up stealing away that back corner boost. Bottomus now clears over to the sidewall. High pop here. Cam, though, with a first touch, able to follow it up as Bottomus Prime peels off and gives too much of an avenue. I mean, you said it right there. Cam with the flicks can't really give that lane for free, and going to pay the price here is Bottomus Prime. 5-4 for Cam.
Fantastic. I like the way Cam flicked it, but still kept herself close in the play for the second touch.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the crucial thing moving forward in this bracket. I think the bots that we see succeed in this specific 1v1 event are going to be those ones who are still relevant on the second touch. Bottomus Prime takes advantage of this one, ties us up yet again with just over 2:20 to play. Big push, and it will be interesting to watch, because I think a lot of these bots are keen to get the first touch, be very controlling, set it up in a good position, and then wait and see exactly where it's going to end up, and more often than not, that's it. This one could go in off the kickoff again. No, it's a little bit wide of that near post, and Cam with a couple of good looks here on kickoff still, but Bottomus Prime, no boost, no problem, yet again, takes the lead here now.
Oh, Bottomus looking real good. Very reliable with those jump shots.
They just keep going back and forth here. 2:09. It's hard to pick a winner at this point. Bottomus has done a really solid job here of dispossessing Cam, and taking this ball away for big clears on target. Oh my, what a jump into the corner. Gets this one, but Cam with a huge block. Bottomus Prime, though, puts it back on target. What a sequence there. And Bottomus Prime out to a 2-goal lead. A rare one here in this specific game, but you have to applaud the effort. That was a crazy touch to send the ball into the corner.
Absolutely. I love Bottomus's mechanics, and people who love Bumblebee should recognize them. It's basically the same vibe, but for 1v1.
Which is really great to see these bots adapt to the different game modes and whatnot. Bottomus Prime with a huge block out and now goes for the controlling play. The little fake out on the dribble and deke, but it's sent over to the back wall, and Cam jumps up to send it aside. Just about 90 seconds to go. I believe that's a half flip flick there from Cam to try and clear the zone. Now into a little bit of a stalemate here.
Ooh,
It's gonna happen.
Standoff. Oh,
Very
Cam.
big standoff.
That's a bit of a pass.
Unfortunate outcome, but the good thing for Cam is that Bottomus Prime cannot finish up. Now Cam trying to get a shot back the other way, but huge block from the side here. Nearing the final 60 though, and Cam still got 2 to find.
Yeah, Bottomus Prime, time is on his side. He's got clocks for wheels, he should know.
Cam, though, threatening from the sidewall, has the mid boost in the tank as well, but Bottomus Prime takes it aside, middle of the field, trying to take the shot, and is simply faster. Cam took a little bit more of a divergent path away from the ball, and a good turn here from Bottomus Prime gets a 3-goal lead, crucially, might I add, towards the end of this game.
Yeah, this is looking like a really narrow probability for Cam to get back in this, but if anybody can, she can.
And that might help off the kickoff as well, but can't get around to the ball. Didn't really want to take the shot. And now with the boost in the tank, is forced to play this one back. Awkward touch, and Bottomus Prime is rolling through this corner. Self-save there from Cam, but I think Bottomus Prime knows well here to play for possession. The jump as well, just to knock this one back to the corner, holding on, sends the odd angle shot in and finishes it up there. That surely is going to be GG's in this one.
That's right, this is looking decisive for Bottomus, and so well earned. Bottomus is playing great this match.
Yeah, really, really strong heads-up play here, and especially pulling it from where I would say Cam has been a little more dominant on this kickoff and starting the sequence off, but Bottomus pulling up in the neutral game here. Cam with a nice jump, though, and that will result in a goal. 9 seconds left. I mean, it's not impossible, because again, I've said Cam has had the slight advantage here in kickoffs, and I could see another one going that way, but it's going to have to be 3 in a row. And with 9 seconds remaining, can she do it here? Oh, that's exactly where you want it to be. It's not moving quite fast enough, but Cam's backwards and Bottomus Prime denies it. So that is going to wrap things up. The time has expired. The bots will not keep the ball up for much longer. Your final quarterfinal of the day has now wrapped, and it's Bottomus Prime taking a 9-6 victory to send Kamale to the lower bracket.
That was awesome. Let me just type this in here. Spelling errors are not a problem here. Okay, let's switch it over to the bracket, and we'll see if... I think we might be able to bring in Mal if we want to give your voice a rest for the upper bracket. You're doing an awesome job, casting. Thanks for joining us today.
Appreciate it, and yeah, have fun with the first lower matches. We'll be back in a bit.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Mal? How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. I'm really delighted with how the matches are turning out so far. Bottomus versus Cam. That was a banger. All
I'd
right.
say most of the matches have been not that close, but then suddenly Bottomus and Cam just suddenly was such a close match in comparison.
Absolutely. I hope we see more of the same. We're going to go down to the lower bracket now. It's going to be Broccoli versus Self-Driving Car, and this is our first elimination match of the day. Whoever loses this is unfortunately going home, so the stakes are high.
Yeah, it's going to be I'm gonna make the call right now and hopefully not curse it against SDC, but I think BroccoliBot's gonna be the one that drops out here.
Okay. Well, Broccoli is the lowest seed, so Broccoli has the steepest hill to climb.
Because he made it in right at the end, didn't he? On week 4 of the bubble sort.
That's right, that's right.
Kickoff goes in Broccoli's favour, despite what I'm thinking, as the ball now lofted in the orange half. Broccoli will take the shot, but it's
So
off the
close.
post.
So close.
SDC has possession, but can't get control of the ball in time. As it now rolls round, BroccoliBot's nowhere to be seen in defence, and SDC will just slam it in bottom corner. An early first goal for SDC.
SDC, the veteran. We saw his moves earlier against RLBot, where he went down 8-4. Let's see if
He's slamming on some nice ones.
he's shown up better against Broccoli. I think he has a little bit more space to work his magic.
There's the kickoff now. Heading into SDC's favour once again. BroccoliBot was just sat under the ball. Will grab some boost and tries to get it by, but SDC with a strong block towards the blue goal.
Oh, what a block
what
by
a
Broccoli.
save.
I love it.
The ball's now on the blue wall. SDC tries to cut early but can't make it. Broccoli has boost but decides against the play. Now SDC with possession grabs the 100 boost as Broccoli retreats all the way to defence. It's an open field for SDC and he shoots for the corner.
Oh, that would have been a great pass if this was twos.
You need a teammate on the field, that's all it really is.
That's right.
Because SDC's got all the space for a pass. But Broccoli's holding strong in defence here. He's let in one but doesn't want to let in another. Misses the touch there, that could be an open shot for SDC.
So dangerous.
Oh, a nice dribble though, gets it round SDC and up the wall. Could we see a jump off the wall? Gets the touch. Oh, but pinches it into the far corner.
That's something we see a lot, is bots pinching off the opponent's back wall. Never seems to end well. But they just love to do it.
Oh, but SDC with a defensive mistake there. Lets the ball slip in the front post.
And a nice accurate shot from Broccoli to capitalize.
Well, Broccoli needs just more defensive mistakes from SDC. SDC wins the kickoff to the side. He's going to sit there and wait as Broccoli charges in. Wins the 50, and that's an open net for Broccoli if he can manage it.
And he can.
Just a nice rolling ball.
Hits it dead center with mathematical precision.
I'd say if Broccoli had missed that shot, it really would have gone downhill.
Yeah, I would have been embarrassed by proxy.
Kickoff will go in slightly in Broccoli's favour, but SDC with a nice bump there throws him off the ball. Gets the boost, and now Broccoli has to get this out of the way and just manages it. Doesn't want to pick up the 100 boost, it seems, though. And will get the boost stolen instead. SDC now dribbling the wrong way.
Yeah, but towards the wrong way.
Goes for its own net and hits it into the bottom corner. What's going on there, SDC?
He goes right, he goes left, he shoots, he scores. Into his own net.
That's what they say, the best shots are always on your own net, as that was a very nice controlled play there. Kick off again. Goes heavily in SDC's favour. Bouncing round the corner, will drop in front of the goal with no BroccoliBot back. SDC just jumps over the bump, and BroccoliBot's nowhere to be seen towards the ball.
Self-driving car clawing his way back into this one. It would be a delightful upset if Broccoli can pull this off. Just needs to hold that lead.
Yeah, if you can manage the shots, you've just got to make sure you can make it back into defense if they go wrong. Now the ball goes into the orange corner. Broccoli decides not to grab the mid boost and instead leaves possession completely in SDC's hands. The ball's rolling with no one really pushing. SDC finally decides to go. We'll hit it downfield. Broccoli in a defensive position but makes a mistake. Can Broccoli get the touch? No, it can't. What was Broccoli doing in defense there?
I don't know. You gotta defend on the near post.
They didn't even try to jump for it.
Well, SDC ties it up. A little bit flimsy on defense from Broccoli. Normally Broccoli is known for good defense, but RLBot slips
Instead
up
it's going.
sometimes.
Yeah, it seems like he's going for the offense this game as he bumps SDC and just taps it in.
All right.
SDC had a save there, I think, with the boost it picked up, but it slowed down too much, and Broccoli just taps it off the ground.
That tiny little bump is all he needed.
Buys it the time to just tap it in on above the crossbar. Kickoff goes in SDC's favor. As he grabs the 100 boost, Broccoli will have some possession. Taps it out wide, and SDC wasn't ready for the touch. Retreats back to defense. Broccoli shoots for the corner again. And once again, another defensive mistake from SDC. It's not the kind of defensive rotations you want there, SDC, as you're pushing by the front post into the back of your own net.
It's hard to see the advantage in that. Maybe our RLCS coach out there can correct me if I'm wrong, but doing donuts in your own goal, bad.
It does make you look cool, though. Maybe
Yes.
maybe he's just after the style points. As Broccoli now passes the ball to SDC by accident and can't get the defensive jump in time.
Ouch. He was positioned well behind the ball, but yeah, to your point, no jump, no save.
Been really lacking on the jumps in defense at the moment. Usually Broccoli seems to be early for the jumps, but just not today. Now the kickoff goes to the far corner, and Broccoli gains possession but misses the ball. SDC will take that opportunity and slam it into the middle of the net.
Hate to see a miss like that. You just know instantly how fatal that is. Not only a miss, but a high-speed miss that sends him half the field away.
Yeah, it's just that's the issue with flipping for the ball. If you don't have the speed or time to get back afterwards, yeah, it's an all or nothing play.
That's right.
You can see SDC hits it off his own backboard and will now just dribble it downfield as Broccoli sitting in a defensive position. We've seen Broccoli fail in defense already this match like this, but that time figures out the jump button.
Can he
SDC
counterattack?
he's trying to get in the way, and he does. Broccoli not got any boost, and that pinches towards the ceiling. If you're Broccoli here, you want to grab some boost and gain possession, but a good block there. As SDC misses the mid boost, but will still almost get the ball. As Broccoli should get this mid boost and charges after the ball as SDC takes it up the corner.
1 minute left, and this couldn't be closer at 5-5. This is anybody's game.
Both bots clawing onto their last chance here, because if they lose here, they're gone forever.
That's right.
Now SDC shoots high over the net. Will get the bounce off the corner, but Broccoli does read it. It's now gone middle of the field. He maintains possession as Broccoli pushes slowly towards the ball. He's missed the ball, and that's an open net to shoot on.
Oh, that was nice. And a nice dance on his head for a self-driving car, celebrating what could be the decisive goal in this game.
But say, if you think you've won it, that is the only celebration you can pull out. Broccoli has to win this kickoff to stand a good chance of winning it. And he does win the kickoff. He's in front of SDC, but SDC is close behind. Broccoli off the post, but the double touch to equalize with 22 seconds left.
That was clutch from Broccoli. I love it.
He's just pulling out all the plays to make sure he stays in this match.
Could we be
You
going to
thought that
overtime?
Could be, and if you thought that last match between Camille and Bottomus was close, this is even closer. And hopefully it should stay this way for a couple more matches. As SDC gets that boost, I think, but that could be an own goal. Oh, a nice touch off the post.
He's got nerves of steel to pull that one off.
SDC just tricking us into thinking he's going for an own goal. And Broccoli throws it into overtime with a tap away from both of them.
It's our first overtime of Rocket League Championship 2022. Who's going to come up with it and save their tournament life?
Broccoli has possession in the corner. It bounces up high. This is a perfect position for SDC to shoot. Broccoli with another slight tap, but he's on the wrong side of the ball, and that's an open net, and there's nothing he can do.
Self-driving car will take it 16 seconds into overtime.
It's just too much for Broccoli to do. Tried to challenge and didn't get the challenge he wanted. Once again, the celebration by Turtling from SDC to really just put salt in the wound for Broccoli.
That's right. All right. Let's check in with our bracket. We've got Self-Driving Car taking it 6-7 over BroccoliBot. Next up in the lower bracket, we're going to see ReliefBot versus Camiel. These used to be, like very top of the stack bots. Now they're in the lower bracket, fighting for their lives.
But I remember the time when Camille was like the undefeated champion, and
For
nothing could really
years.
stop her.
For years.
Now there's a chance
she's the
she's
champion
knocked out
today.
first time.
Honestly, yeah.
Really shows how much things have changed if the champion gets knocked out in 2 matches. But of course, there is still the chance that Camille beats ReliefBot here and continues a lower bracket run.
That is possible. We've seen crazy stuff come out of the lower bracket with bots before.
Yeah, and both bots know how to jump an aerial, so this could be a good match, but Relief goes for the early shot, doesn't get any
What?
power on the touch after a misread.
Oh, no killer instinct. Relief should have put that away.
Real now back dribbling as she's got possession. She tries to flick it over Relief and does get it over. Relief has possession but doesn't have much control, and Camille with a double touch,
Whoa,
emulating what BroccoliBot did.
Strong double touch. That came in with violence.
Nailing it in.
Camiel giving ReliefBot a lesson on how you finish a goal.
That is what Relief needs after that first missed shot, as Camille gets possession, but also shows how to score in the orange net. Not what you want to see as Camille. But that's how you teach a bot how to play the game. First you show them how you score a goal, and then you show them what net they need to score in. It's obviously just what's happening here.
That's right. Precision first, accuracy second, just like in archery.
Exactly. As now, Camille will have a defensive position in this play, as Relief reverses backwards there and jumps over the 100 boost when it may have needed it. Camille, though, sends it flying high over the net. I don't think that was the hit Camille wanted. That's more like the hit Camille would have probably wanted, as Relief will get a touch.
Oh no.
Doesn't get a clear though. What is Relief doing? As the ball is Camille's.
Relief is getting
She's
lucky.
She's stuck on the post.
Oh boy.
Where's the follow-up from Relief? He's just sat in net, not challenging.
This is a nightmare for Relief. He's got no boost. He forgot how to clear it.
But no boost, no ball, and an opponent bearing down on him constantly. So that is a bit of space as Relief goes for some pads but instantly uses all of the boost. Relief's had enough and goes for the mid boost, leaving the net completely open.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Relief.
He makes it back in time though.
It's a
and
chance
now
for a counter-attack.
That is an unorthodox strategy there. Goes for the mid boost, leaving the net open, and just completely counterattacks it downfield.
That's got to be one of the least deserved goals in RLBot history. Congratulations, Relief.
Well played.
All right.
Now, Camille has possession and will land close to the boost, so maybe a strong early attack as Relief takes the ball, but cannot get it in time.
Once again, Relief on defense while Cam takes pot shots.
An attempted bump there, it looked like. As Relief, I don't know if that was in or not. It didn't look like it. But he does get a nice clear touch there. Camille turns for the ball. Relief goes behind her though. Lets the ball slowly roll. Guess he's just decided it's in.
That's arrogant. Especially after that first goal that ReliefBot did not seal.
Yeah, he just lets it roll along. I think it's because he saw Camille was reversing all the way downfield, so there's no opportunity to actually boost for that then. Camille though, with possession after the kickoff, has an open net. Can Relief make it back? No. Just a nice slow dribble. As Camille goes, this is how you win a kickoff, and this is how you score off it.
Controls it in very nicely.
you've got to feel really, really tense for Impossible and Camille as the time is slowly ticking down with Relief still slightly in the lead. Hate to go 0-2 in your first match.
That's
Or
right.
in your first like time to play against Necto, really, in an actual tournament setting. Now, shadowing the ball back. Not entirely sure if that was the move you wanted to see, Relief, but does get a pinch into the corner.
Uh-oh, Cam in control, keeping it high. Nice.
Relief baited him by the allure of a nice floating ball, whereas Camille had it all planned out.
That's right. Oh, that was with the back corner of the car too. Cam's
It's a
got
perfect
moves.
shot. It's just you were completely like, it's a perfect idea of having an ability to work out the maths with any hitbox so that you can take shots like that. Whereas Relief can't even hit the ball in the air just then, and is
Oh,
also jumping for some reason then.
sloppy, sloppy.
With 2 minutes left, we're currently equal. Charging back, passes this middle for Camille. It's
Oh
not
no.
usually the move you see,
Oh,
but
so
Camille
lucky.
misses the ball. And now hits it off the wall. Relief challenged in there, and Camille has the open net to shoot on.
That was really nice by Camille. Managed to bounce it backwards off the wall, even though she was coming at the wrong angle. And then stayed in the play with that boost.
Yeah, Camille just has really nice boost control compared to a lot of bots. Like, you see Relief, he's often low on boost or has to quickly grab pads and use them instantly, meaning he has no reserve a lot of the time. Whereas you'll see Camille and she'll have like 70 boost, unless she's
That's
just
right.
gone for an aerial.
Relief's the type of bot to max out his credit cards. It's not good. Someone needs to intervene.
You see there, Camille's just already come off an attack and had 50
Oh!
boost, but doesn't manage the shot as it bounces off the crossbar and post. Now Relief can clear it downfield, but he overflips the ball. Camille will turn around, gets the block to the far corner. If Relief could just figure out how to shoot on the opposing net, he might have won this entire game already. Does get the 100 boost though, and Camille is stuck behind. Oh, the nice boost steal there puts Camille in a bad situation, but she can still manage to get the ball clear. Lots of bumps coming out from Relief bot there. None of them really doing that much to help him get back to the orange half though.
Just rude for the sake of being rude. Relief bot's getting
Sometimes
frustrated.
Sometimes you've just got to bump the opponent until the bump works.
Oh no.
As he just leaves his net open again! What was that play on the wall?
Relief bot just bares his neck there, and Cam takes a bite. That could be it. He's a 2-goal differential with 30 seconds left. This is tough.
Yeah, there's got to be some very strong kickoffs here from Relief if he wants a chance to do this. But that is a good start. Camille will get possession though. It's up high. We know Relief can aerial, but does he have any boost? The answer is probably no, looking at that. There could be a good counter-attack opportunity here, but he has to be fast. He has to get the 100 boost and charge downfield. Camille, though, wasting as much time as possible by pinching it to the ceiling. Relief aerialing. I think he knows it's over now. And is just styling on them. Though he does have an open net to shoot on. There is a tiny chance here. Relief could win this still.
The littlest sliver of glimmering hope for Relief. Can you get that 2-second
All Relief
kickoff
has
goal?
to do is pinch this kickoff towards the orange half and be there to receive it for the final shot.
I've seen it happen, but from a diagonal, that's tough.
It has gone Relief's way slightly, but there's no one there, so it's just going to touch the floor.
Well, that was a nail biter. Cam pulled it out in the end with the comeback. Very nicely done to her.
Sad news for you, Terhart. Relief is now out.
Well, that's okay. Now I can just relax and focus on the action.
Luckily for the current 1v1 champion, still in the tournament, so it wasn't an early exit for them.
It's good for the viewers and good for Cam. All right. Well, we're about to climb back up into the upper bracket. I would love if Gaugan could join us back in the caster booth and continue with you.
Of course. I thank you for welcoming me back in. And of course, Mal, our first time talking as well. I
Yes.
obviously don't need to welcome you here, a fresh face. I feel very welcomed by you and the entire RLBot community. But let's talk about this first upper semifinal, shall we? Necto and RedBot coming up in this matchup.
That is two very good bots who both got a good goal differential, but I imagine Necto is going to edge it out here, just because it's Necto, and having seen videos of Necto playing against people, it's just such a high-ranked bot in comparison to the red bot.
I like that logic though, and I feel like a lot of people in chat are following that as well. Necto does seem like a pretty heavy favorite coming into this, and a 6-0 win over Broccoli Bot in the first round of action, certainly doing well to convince people of that, as Necto's going to get started immediately. Best of 3 as well, maybe we remind everybody. So this series not over after the end of the first game, but the first goal goes to Necto.
Yes, well, I think Necto's hoping here for the complete sweep, 6-0 or 2-0 kind of situation here.
That would be quite the outcome here. I'm sure RedBot is not going to be too keen to let that happen, but the question becomes, with RedBot playing up so aggressively here, will Necto's control reign supreme? So far, it has, just completely taking away that ball. I mean, to be fair, RedBot had no boost in the tank left to contest for that one, so an open net on the other side. We're 15 seconds in, and Necto's already sitting pretty.
It's not looking good for RedBot here, as Necto, a very human-like player because of the fact it's machine learning. You can just nail all of the shots that a lot of bots sometimes struggle with, where they go for boost and other things, as another goal goes in.
Yeah, this is scary. I feel like Necto is trying to set the RLBot Championship 100% world record grand final appearance, and probably also the fewest goals scored against it record as well at this pace. RedBot does have a look at this one, and there you go. Nice touch off the kickoff, and the first falls the other way.
RedBot finally managing to figure out how to win that kickoff against Necto. Let's hope he can keep it up, otherwise I imagine this game is just gonna be kickoff goal after kickoff goal.
It does seem stacked that way. And I think if there's any bot that you want to favor against Necto in the kickoff department, it would be RedBot, finding those quick touches there, getting to the ball quickly. Jump here, not a whole lot of boost to get it done, but still makes contact. Unfortunately, falls right into the hands of Necto, and that's going only one place, the back of RedBot's net yet again.
Yeah, it's unlucky. You saw it there for a second. RedBot has, like, an advantage over Necto if the ball is in the air, but it's getting the ball into the air that RedBot's currently struggling with, I think.
Yeah, you wanted to like RedBot's chances off of that kickoff, but obviously no time to really collect too much boost on the side of RedBot. So speaking of, though, getting the midfield here and now going off the sidewall, big air dribble coming out. Love to see it. 2 touches, and that's all that'll happen. And oh, unfortunate. Necto's just gonna dribble and flick this one all the way back. That's rough to watch after RedBot got such a nice jump off the sidewall.
Necto's just sat there watching the air dribble go like, yeah, you can do that. I'll just go and take it into the back of your net. It's fine.
That patience is killer right there. But a little glimmer of hope here for RedBot should this lower back bracket drop be in store. Another look as well here this time, but still 0 boost on the side. Takes a quick shot though, and Necto turns it aside. Solid defense here. We're still somehow just over a minute in. Necto is already on game point here, threatening the Brazil.
Yeah, it is genuinely alarming how strong Necto is in terms of, if you compare him to all of the other bots, because I think the last week of the league play that led to this, Necto took on Element, who is currently the number 2 bot, and completely swept him in a match.
Which is very scary indeed here for RedBot should this continue forward. Flick to try and send it on target. RedBot will send it off the backboard here, but Necto with the control so deep in the zone. We've got our first Brazil of the night. It's in favor of Necto, who takes a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, Necto is just genuinely such an aggressive player, but can get away with the aggression with how it plays. I don't know if any bot for a while that isn't machine learning is ever going to stand up to Necto.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, that Necto just has that step up. I feel like Redbot, to your point that you made earlier, Redbot has the capabilities to meet a couple of those challenges, but it feels like the bot was lacking in the resource department a little too much, and that was really the undoing. A couple of touches off of kickoff could have been in Redbot's favor had it collected a little bit more boost. That is a powerful one, though, to send to the backboard, and racing for it here. See Redbot all of a sudden really kick up the pace, but Necto with the ball that close. Oh, the finish, though, is a little sketchy and not going to come through immediately. And Redbot with a clear will keep us tied at 0.
This is the closest the match has been for a while. There's another good save there from Redbot as the ball's heading for the line. Necto just continuing the aggression, though. No chance for Redbot to get any kind of breakaway as he's out of boost. Will get another block there, though. It's the ball now lofted high. But a bad miss there.
And Necto now forced to play it backwards with this one. Still, the control comes out, the flick over the side as well, and same kind of angle here, but well directed into the back of the net this time around. It takes a lot more time here in game number 2 for Necto to get things going, but regardless, it's still the early lead.
Hoping Redbot's out here, hoping now the game continues this way and gives him opportunities, because that miss off Necto right at the start almost led to a first goal for Redbot in this match, and would have been the first time I think Redbot had ever gone up early against Necto. But Necto scores another one as we're talking about it.
Yeah, this is Necto doing Necto things, and as nice as it's been this start here for Redbot in comparison to the previous game, it has required a lot of very strong defense, some quality defensive plays that we haven't quite seen yet tonight. So if that's what it's going to take for Redbot here merely to keep Necto at bay, it's going to be a lot more of an effort here to walk away with a victory in this series in either individual game, as Necto just seems keen to run it up. Midfield boost in the tank, and the shot is immediately on. It's a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, Redbot had the boost that time, which was something that we've been seeing, like you said. Redbot hasn't had much boost. He had the boost, but he just wasn't in the right position anymore after getting the boost. Seems like he's in the right position when he hasn't got boost, and in the wrong position when he does.
It's truly the crux of it right now. Necto going to find another kickoff goal here with no resources, but no problem. Is again, it is that issue that we keep hammering home here. Redbot needing to find the resources, but make sure that he's in a decent enough position while getting them. It's something that, you know, human players also struggle with from time to time. They've got to make sure that they have the right positioning while going for resources. They can't just go for, you know, those big glaring 100 boost pads whenever they want them. Redbot opportunity here, though. Gets to the back wall. Necto, a little slow to challenge it, but still over the top of Redbot. Doesn't immediately find its way into the scoring area, and Redbot forced to play backwards with this one. Necto with a dribble on 5 boost. It does fall off the front of the car, but it also falls into the back of the net.
Once Necto just... such a slow play style from Necto, but it works so well because the bots just keep throwing away possession. Just see it casually driving, like you said, 5 boost when it started that dribble, so it didn't have any boost for a fast defensive retreat. It was just sat there waiting for Redbot to pass the ball to it.
And Redbot is going to get one here off the kickoff. Good patience to stay up on that ball. Nice power slide as well to celebrate, but the ball falls right in, and that's a good second touch as well. Had a good amount of power on it. Arguably, Necto could have made it back to contest if that didn't have enough speed on the ground, but good goal there. Perhaps a little spark, but again, we're staring at that same Brazil scoreline from game 1.
But a good block there from Redbot will stop an early shot. He passes it middle with Necto right next to the ball. As Redbot misses the 100 boost, could have slightly turned to pick that up, but decided against it, and that is probably going to cause a goal against him.
There it is. Necto now advancing on to series point here in this first semifinal. What a challenge that is as well. Essentially had to high jump over RLBot there and get just over the top to send that ball into an area. Not only that, but the speed to whip around and make that shot go on target. RLBot has a kickoff in his favor though and
he gets
slots the
another
shot.
one.
Beautiful work there.
Didn't want the pain of a second Brazil against him, at least.
Yeah, you can say that for sure. And RLBot, I mean, that's a great read right there. And fast shot again. Both of these goals, kickoff goals that RLBot has sent on target very, very quickly here. So that's the ticket in. Oh, that's a scary one. RLBot needs to get in front of it. And Necto again gets back out to the 5-goal lead.
Yeah, RLBot keeps not winning the kickoff, but he just keeps stalling the kickoffs, but ending up so far away from the ball that he's just kind of a spectator for the rest of the match afterwards. That's not what you want to see as someone who is 5 goals down in a series.
Yeah, Necto's got great awareness right now. Another scary one here that Necto will try and dispossess, but plays it a little slow in the corner. RLBot's going up on the backboard with no boost. Scary position, but Necto can't finish under the crossbar. RLBot's got to look back the other way. Tries to turn it on target early. Takes another touch, but Necto has the power to save it away. Big clear back the other side. If that's in, it's over. And sure enough, Necto, it's not Brazil, but Barcelona's going to have to work as the series is wrapped up 2-0 for Necto.
Yeah, sad for Code Red, he's going to end up in the lower bracket soon. Do we know who he's playing against in the lower bracket? Is that... I can't remember which way the bracket goes now.
I would assume that RLBot is going to end up against SDC if I have my lineup correct. It could be either SDC or Cam. We'll have to find out as we progress. But speaking of progressing, I think once everything is done and dusted, and I'm taking a look over, the loser of number 5 actually goes to play Cam. So it will be RLBot up against Cam in that lower bracket matchup.
It's going to be a very, very close match as well, like the ReliefBot Cameo match, as both RLBot and ReliefBot, two very good bots who stand a very strong chance against beating them. But is there someone else switching back in now, I believe?
Yeah, so I believe Terhart will be coming on in here for the second upper bracket semifinal that we have to get through. Those two first round winners, Element and Bottomus Prime, playing in their own best of 3.
This one's going to be intense. I just remembered to unmute my mic. Let's get into it.
I am very excited to see how this one unfolds because, you know, obviously with the first semifinal, again, a lot of people favoring Necto here to go far, and for good reason, but Element and Bottomus Prime, it was a 6-0 for Element, but not an entirely convincing victory. I think played very well against what ReliefBot specifically played in that first round matchup. Bottomus Prime had a very close run of it up against Cam in their first round matchup. So this one should be a tad bit closer. Dare I say we go to all 3 games? A possibility, but Element's going to get us started in the scoring column.
Certainly is quite possible. In terms of playstyle, I would say Bottomus does a lot like ReliefBot, but better in terms of liking those long shots, accurate, strong hits.
It'll be very interesting to see if that is the true comparison here. We'll sort of get to see which style reigns supreme, because again, it's Element looking for a lot of controlling touches here. There's a bump as well, which tried to throw Element off his path, but still sent to the back wall. High one to finish up on, and with only 2 boosts in the tank, Element wasting a lot of time staring at that ball. Bottomus Prime, though, gets a clear and immediately retreats. So whether or not Bottomus Prime is happy here to relinquish possession that easily, I don't think it's going to work out that well as Element slots a second.
Nice series of confident flicks from Element there. No boost, no problem. I did see him waste all his boost when he was already supersonic. That's something we might need to train out of him. Hopefully it doesn't hamper him too much going forward.
I think I think boost pathing in general and these bots' decisions of whether or not to go for boost to make plays on no boost, certainly a point of contention here. Bottomus Prime, though, plays up on this ball and Element gets caught still out in the middle of the field. So keeping it close, only a 1-goal difference. It's a nice touch there on the challenge as well, as Element's a little too far away from it to make any difference of it. As we have that 1-goal lead now still intact for Element, but certainly well within Bottomus's reach.
That was a nice reminder that Bottomus rules the air in this match. Oh, the bump, crucial, but it's not enough.
The bump threw off Element a little bit there. I mean, it took Bottomus completely out of it to take the follow-up shot, but almost as if there was demo smoke in front clouding the vision of Element, just sent that ball right back in. It's tough. It looked as a collateral hit, something that Element did not intend, but merely just fell into as a consequence of the action. But regardless, we're still tied here at 2.
Bottomus is making me believe. I love this match. Oh, but that's a quick concession.
Yeah, that's a good touch there for Element. Coming off the sidewall, no less. And off the bump, too. I believe that's Bottomus making solid contact, but Element's recovery on the ground is really great there in that situation. And what I love watching from these bots as well is their ability to touch the ball to one side of the net, either left or right, and then recover so well to make the touch on the other side and bring it back inside the far post from where they started. Element gets a kickoff goal here. May have fallen on its own right, but still deep in the box to make sure that one goes home.
That's right, and Element, that principle you described, going post to post, that is Element's specialty, and he was picking people apart with that in our 3v3 league play.
Yeah, it's crucial. I'm sure it keeps everybody guessing that ability because it's not something that very many people handle well.
Oh,
nice flick here from Element to beat the challenge. Gonna get a free walk down Broadway for the goal.
That was clean, real clean.
Whew, look at that. And still with the ball incredibly close to that Fennec to boot. That's what you love to see.
Stylish but conservative all at the same time.
We continue on here. Locked at the middle of the field, albeit over to the side battle for that boost. Bottomus now turns with the boost in his tank, gets it over the top. His Element no position to contest, and back to a 2-goal differential. Still over 3 minutes left on the clock. Bottomus not out of this by any extent of the imagination, but these midfield challenges have been crucial in this specific game because I feel like a lot of these opportunities for these bots have come with pretty open looks in the deep zone, namely because somebody is missing out in the middle of the field. So that will certainly be a point of contention as we continue on. Bottomus trying to finish this one off, and good poise under pressure there to get back within 1.
Absolutely, and that's a nice reminder that Bottomus, in this game, he rules the air. Even if it's just 5 feet off the ground, Element's not going for that. So Bottomus needs to take full advantage.
Gotta push that avenue, absolutely. Even when Element doesn't have the resources to get up, if Element does, Bottomus still holding that slight advantage, gonna need to push it as far as possible. Element did not connect with that midfield boost, and that is going to cost them. We are tied up at 5 as Bottomus finds another midfield shot to tie the game. It's a great play there from Bottomus. We've seen it happen time and time again here in this specific matchup. And this is only game 1 of the series as well. These bots wanting to go the distance against each other. Element no boost, still trying to finish up. Gets a little ahead of the ball though and leaves it there for Bottomus to take aside. Now pushing very quickly with this one. Still a good amount of boost. Bottom corner, you know it. Bottomus scores a lot of goals in a row here to retake the lead.
Laser accurate. Yeah, what kind of scoring run is he on? It feels like 3 or 4. He's really racking them up.
I believe it's close to that. 5-2. I remember that scoreline at one point. So at least 4 in a row here for Bottomus Prime, which is fantastic for a run. Gets the midfield boost as well with the ball well in Element zone. So having a lot of confidence right now, but hopefully not too much overconfidence as Element is just going to be very controlling with this ball again. Tie us up and remind Bottomus Prime that this game is far from over.
That's right. As fast as he can climb, he can fall just as quick. Bottomus needs to be careful here.
2:19 left on the clock. Spots continue to go at it. We've seen the kickoff hit that spot a couple of times here. Bump from Element, but no boost. And there's another one of those crucial challenges, but the touch is not fast enough. Still have Element pushing for this one, though. Bottomus now being forced to retreat. Element's happy to play here with a very low boost count. Still up on this ball, looking for challenges, denying this lane for Bottomus Prime to get the clear, but the clear comes out eventually, and there's the price to be paid. You knew it was coming eventually. Bottomus Prime gets up to another lead. That's
right. I love how he gets power on that, even though the angle isn't great. He just knows how to do the math.
Yeah, it's gonna be something to see if Element can start to recognize those opportunities and seeing this midfield very prominent here for Element. But again, another slight aerial here goes in favor of Bottomus to get the clear aside. Element puts a shot on, though. That's a tricky one to save away, and sure enough, Bottomus Prime forced to watch that one fall onto the crossbar. And again, we're tied up. Look at the speed. And again, that cross shot from side to side. It ends up in the middle of the net, but the power to get on that touch coming from so far away and essentially in front of the ball to start from that play is very strong.
Absolutely. Element looks so confident when he does that. It works out time and time again. Basically, every time he has boost, he's monstrously dangerous.
Yeah, that's going to be the real crux here, as Bottomus Prime has done a good job a couple of times keeping the boost out of Element's tank, but when he does grab that boost, watch out for it. Speaking of, Zero here in the corner and forgoing that back boost for now to find a challenge. Out towards the middle, Bottomus wants that pad. Might be at the cost of leaving the net a little open. Element finds a shot, and Bottomus pushed up a little too far. We're still outside of the final 60, but Element has gotten the lead back in what has been a very back and forth game one.
That's right, absolute tug of war here. I was not expecting it to be this close, but I'm delighted. This could be one of the best series of the day.
This is exactly what you want to see. These bots getting as much playtime ahead of them before that winner's bracket final trip with Necto. It's going to be a 2-goal lead now for Element, moving very quickly still out of the corner, pushes, and the challenge not quite there for Bottomus Prime on the sidewall. Tough touch to make, but a good finisher there for Element. We may get a double-digit scoreline as well, something that I do not believe we've hit so far today for any of these bots in their matches. A couple of early finishes, but there it is. Number 10 falls for Element here. A series of challenges going the wrong way for Bottomus Prime, and a 3-goal lead now builds with not a lot of time left on that clock.
That's right. You can just see Bottomus desperate to catch up to that ball, but it's a slow-motion disaster for him. Bottomus needs to answer right now.
And again, kickoff goes off to this one side every single time, it seems. Every now and then they hit that specific kickoff. Element with a dribble, with a flick, headed wide of the top corner, but Bottomus still gets a nice touch away. Pinch attempt as well off the sidewall, but look at the catch and collect and the flick. Element going crazy right now to secure this game.
Amazing control. Just the series, the whole series of touches.
That is wild right there, to be so deep in the zone. Bottomus eyeing up a big clear, and Element does not care. Carries it from that same angle that we've seen so many times this game. Not only that, but never lets the ball hit the ground even. Speaking of, though, Bottomus takes this one away from the air. 15 seconds, and we're going to need some very favorable bounces in Bottomus Prime's favor, but potentially getting one for the road here heading into game 2. 15 seconds left on the clock. The kickoff straight forward. Element slightly the first one towards it, but looks like this will play out to the sidewall, not immediately result in anything until Element gets a big clear back and puts the insurance goal on. These bots not interested in playing around for the end of the game. They will score at any given opportunity. And 10 seconds after that kickoff, it's Element finding a 12th here for a 20-goal game. Whether or not we get 21, yet to be seen, but still very high-scoring affair. These bots going for broke. That one might be in right off the kickoff. I've kind of spoken into existence, to be fair,
you sure
and there's
did.
still 1 second on the clock.
Speak it and it shall be. These bots, you know, way back in the day, they used to earn money for charity every goal. Maybe they're remembering some of that incentive here.
Yeah, that is. Oh, and you know what? It is very interesting as well. I have to give credit for Alex, I believe. I'm going to go with Alex in chat, who brought this to my attention. You know, we thought this was a back and forth match with both bots playing very well here in game number 1, and that's exactly what we got. But we were 1 goal away from a technical mercy rule there. 14-8 would have been it. So I feel like we kind of lose that narrative in this close of a game, and that's something as well that I really like to see. 21 goals, 20 shots. These bots managed to score more than they technically shot, and obviously that one, I can remember exactly what happened. The bump play from Element that resulted in the own goal is that 1 goal that goes unaccounted for. So efficiency from these bots is on point.
Absolutely. They are machines after all. And here we go again. Element with early control, no boost, and a good clear by Bottomus.
Interesting though, as this goes on. I mean, you love to see that efficiency from these bots. Bottomus finds a goal here to kick things off just 18 seconds in, but we've seen a fair amount of defending come out from some of our earlier matches. RLBot had a series of 2 incredible saves against Necto in the earlier semifinals, so I'm curious if that comes out here, if Element does find some boost on the defensive side if a block comes out, because a lot of these opportunities have been decided in the middle of the field for this specific series. Element now takes the ball from the middle, but there's a nice clear away. It won't show up on the scoreboard, but it will show up in our memories there as one of the crucial takeaways there for Bottomus.
Nice bump from Bottomus as well. He is just keeping himself alive here in this desperate defensive situation.
And as Element just plays around with this ball at the sidewall, looking for that control, that cross play again, takes it into the middle of the field, and Bottomus gets caught staring at the wondrous control there from Element. Tie game, 4:09 to go, and Bottomus eyeing up that 100 boost. A little rough look there. With 4:09 to play, this game could go either way. Element looking for a kickoff goal, and Bottomus peels off. Not much to be done about that one, coming down the middle of the lane. And Element gets the boost in the tank to continue the push here. Unfortunate circumstance there, but Element going to be happy to take a lead back. But for how much longer?
That's right. Fun fact here. The kickoff is the one moment when Element is not using machine learning. That kickoff is a hard-coded, precise series of inputs.
And it's really interesting that you bring that up. Bottomus Prime. Okay, I see you. Goes up for this one to the back wall, heading towards the opposite side. Slight jump here, and it would have ended up on target, but, you know, a little cheeky forced own goal there on Element, maybe reminiscent of the own goal of game number 1. If that's Bottomus Prime's way back in to this game and this series, then power to him, because it's certainly an avenue worth exploiting here. We see a save come out from Bottomus Prime.
That was clutch. Let's see if he can make the most of this breakaway. Oh no, he's going to be too slow to follow up.
Rough one there. You can see Bottomus Prime still going for that backboard. It's something that's worked well against Element, but speaking of working well against your opposition, Element has pulled out a couple of flicks this series so far, and yet another one here beats the early challenge and gets another goal for Element. And again, a trip to the winners finals against Necto on the line. The bot that drops this one as it's headed towards the back again of the net of Bottomus Prime. Element gets up to a 4-2 lead. Just a reminder to everybody as well, the loser of this best of 3 will be headed to a lower bracket matchup with Self-Driving Car, who had taken down Broccoli Bot in the first round of that lower bracket action. So interesting to see how that one will play out eventually with the loser of this series. Element, though, slots a 5th here. Now, this is a crucial point here, Terhart, because we're back to this 5-2 lead for Element. And with Element coming so close at the end of game number 1 to technically getting that mercy rule, this was also the part where Bottomus Prime scored 4 in a row to get back into the lead. What do you think the outcome looks like this time around with Element obviously scoring a 6th?
Well, you know, I'd love to see that comeback as much as the next guy, but Element just keeps pouring on the pressure, and he's winning more of these kickoffs. So if Bottomus is going to make that comeback, he needs to start right here, right now.
Yeah, it's time is ticking. Maybe not so much on the clock, but in that goal differential, Element obviously is going to keep pushing for these opportunities. Quick jump here just to get to the ball. And again, Element's been making those plays all series long, regardless of the boost in the tank. Now currently only 12. The power to stay with this play, scores another one on a scrappy play, beats all the challenges that Bottomus Prime had to offer. And now on series point, should one more goal fall,
Bottomus cannot to afford to yield an inch right here. He needs to be on his game for this kickoff and for this point.
A reminder to everybody, if you haven't already seen or heard, that 6-goal mercy rule in effect at any point during this series. An Element looks to take it home. The dribble, the flick, it's there. Bottomus Prime not there in time. We're at Barcelona once again in favor of Element this time, and he will advance to that winner's final against Necto.
Great stuff by Element, and Bottomus making himself a threat the entire time through. Great matchup. Love to see it.
Really was fantastic. Had hopes that would run the distance, but Element absolutely clutching up, not messing around in that game number 2 at all. And like I said, advancing to that winner's final against Necto. For Bottomus Prime, it is a trip down to the lower bracket to fight against Self-Driving Car. But before we continue on with that bracket, Terhart, I think we have a show match on our hands.
That's right. Now, as we all know, there was a seeding event before this to determine the top 8 bots. So we think these must be the top 8, but not everybody has the same opinion.
I'm talking about all the way to the
So,
top, yeah.
there may
Unjustifiably in a
be a
position
bot
that I'd
There's a
rather
video
not
playing.
be in, but the cream will
it's
rise to the top, oh yeah. Macho Madness, yeah, has got more to offer than President Jack Tunney thinks that I got. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something right now. Cards stacked against the Macho Man Randy Savage in WrestleMania 3. Yeah, let me say it, yeah. Let me say it out loud. And let me point to the president of the World Wrestling Federation. The Macho Man Randy Savage is not happy with your decision, yeah. I am the cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Oh my god, I wish you could have seen it. It was Macho Man Randy Savage. No, it was Raptor. And he wants a 2v2 against the presumptive champions. Let's see if two Raptors can take on Element and Necto together.
I did take a little peek at it, and I gotta say, I love it. The energy is there. Beautiful, beautifully done. Yeah, it's gonna be great to see how Raptor does in this matchup to prove himself here and disagreeing with the committee's decision. But there's always gonna be winners and losers when it comes to seeding. But Raptor hoping that he's not the loser on the side of this show match, because that's not gonna sit well if that's the outcome.
Now, Raptor is a 2v2 specialist, but he's facing off against the best bots in the league. This is an incredible challenge.
And I really want to see how these bots approach this 2's match as well. Necto, what a shot to start off, albeit a little wide, but some fireworks to kick things off. Necto and Element, before they go up against each other, they got to team up to take down the Raptors, but Raptor number 2 sporting that Jurassic Jeep Wrangler as well. Gonna get on the board first. What a challenge, sends it all the way to the other side.
Beautiful, beautiful.
An early start here to this one. Raptor on the board first. Necto looking for a beautifully placed touch on the kickoff, though, goes right towards that top corner, and the follow-up is in the back of the net just like that. 1-1 here. It takes 3 seconds, all of it, for Necto to score on that. Element in support as well, but we know we've got ourselves a game on our hands. This is going to be a close one coming down to it. Want to see Element make a big impact as well, and see how these two Raptor teammates help each other out. Really interested to see how these bots approach twos. Raptor now goes to the back wall, gets demoed here. Element with the speed to take it away, but it's an unfortunate touch from Necto that it winds up as an own goal, and Raptor's got the lead back.
Oh no, blue team's gonna want to look for better teamwork than that. No good, no good.
Yeah, the collaboration not quite there just yet. Maybe they'll come around to it, or this will just be a 1v1v2 when it comes down to it if Necto's going to score some more own goals like that. Obviously, Element in the previous winners semifinal, not too unfamiliar with the own goaling strat as well, but everybody's conglomerating here around the ball. They both won it as the lock sides. Necto and Element trying to find it here. Element gets a touch, and both bots commit a little too far forward, so nothing to come of it just yet. First minute underway so far. Early goings, not too out of the ordinary here, as, again, Necto and Element just get used to the sight of each other for the most part.
Nice foul by the Raptors. Now, if you've seen Jurassic Park, you know Raptors hunt in packs. This has got to be a terrifying prospect for Necto and Element.
So we now see, okay.
Oh, what a save
what
on the
a
goal
save! I thought that nearly had made its way in, and we were about to write off the Necto and Element duo with some huge collaboration. They've got it still going. Necto finds Element, but it's far side and away. What a save from inside the post. Still in a relevant position. Element takes it, and finally they score off of that immense pressure. You have to give credit to the save from Raptor, but Element finally makes them pay.
This matchup is so intense. I'm glad that Raptor is bringing the heat.
Yeah, this one definitely has the feeling of going down to the wire here, as both of these pairs working pretty well in tandem so far. They do get the clear aside here. Element, now Necto looking to control here. That's something as well that really want to see. Necto and Element obviously both advancing to the winners finals, both very strong bots, but they're two of the more control-heavy bots that I've seen in this tournament so far. So whether or not that translates well here into this twos match with the Raptors, who are pretty keen to play this ball far. Necto, though, does the same. Missed challenge on either side. Headed to
no!
back, and no! It's a save from Necto on Element's shot.
And you know that was going in, too. You just know it.
That hurts. That hurts. And now they're both a little close to each other on the defensive push, but it results in a clear. The other side, Element now in a one-on-one deep in the corner. Raptor takes it away from Raptor 2. Element, that cross touch, though, comes in, but immediately stuffed out, and Necto's right underneath the ball. Raptor goes back, but a nice early challenge from Element is won convincingly. Now we see this Element no boost offensive push coming in. Necto tries to be the bulldozer in the play. High touch from Raptor number 2. Out to Necto with the boost. Sends it on target. Raptor will not get up in time to save it away. 1:57. Good amount of time expires before this 5th goal is scored, but it's in favor of Necto and Element.
What a perfect lob off of Necto's aerial, right under the crossbar. Beautiful.
I love seeing as well how precise these bots are with their jumps, because I feel like when you watch human players go for aerial shots, there's a lot of variability in it, whether or not they're using, arrow left, arrow right, the angle that they approach the ball, which way they want to hit it. Huge save from Necto right there, but it's so mechanical here, and that's what I love about it. Element beautifully done here to pick that ball all the way up and get a 2-goal lead here for the prospective champions.
Let's see if the Raptor squad can answer back here. It looks like they've got the skills to do it.
But do they have the time to make it back. We know these bots can score fast. Raptor swings out for that kickoff. You can see trying to get it aggressively down the middle of the field, and it's worked out. Crossbar and out, though. Raptor can't finish, and neither can his teammate Necto, going back the other way, but they're playing a little too far outside of the middle of the field. They're all bunched up in this corner. Now it turns back the other way. Counterattacks are primed and ready for both squads of bots here. Necto, though, with a nice little quick flick there at the sidewall. Element can't get it past both Raptors in the corner, but here goes Element again, nearing the final 60, and it's looking pretty solid here for Necto and Element.
That's right. They got to be getting nervous. Raptors need to explode right now.
That starts with a good clear here to the corner. Necto now plays it right back where it came from. Element looking to finish this one off, but Raptor comes through with a lot of speed to close that window immediately. About 50 boosts in the tank left to push this one. Necto with a high pop, though, and do the Raptors meet it in time? No, Necto gets a touch. Element's waiting for it as well. It's a 2-on-1. Necto shoots inside the post and in 34 seconds, and they may have just ensured a victory.
Amazing play by Necto. The aerial touch to put it in a dangerous position, and then the follow-up.
Necto and Element proving to be just a little too much for the squad of Raptors thus far, but that's a nice kickoff. They're not out of it just yet. 30 seconds, it'll fall to the backboard. Necto gets a touch to delay it, but Raptor cycles in. Backboard again. Second Raptor here. Can't find it. The shot is high and away from the top corner, and that might have just done it here. Element with one last carry, flick, and shot to the back of the net, and surely that's going to wrap things up here.
Great game. Raptor surely deserves some airtime because I'm going to say it's one of the better bots that have ever been built. Just couldn't quite squeak in on 1v1.
And unfortunately, that is going to do it here for the Raptors. They wanted a chance to prove themselves, and in a way, scoring 2 goals and playing the way that they have has certainly done that. But it is a big statement here for Necto and Element. Some nice teamwork between the two before they have their upper bracket finals matchup. Necto and Element win this little 2v2 show match here by a score of 6-2. Great play on both sides, but it's those prospective champions who end up taking it.
Good game. All right, I'm going to take this moment to point out that we have some t-shirts. If you want to commemorate this event, there's a storefront where you can go buy some shirts. We don't make any money on these. This is just if you want a shirt. It doesn't support us at all. And we have some specifically for Camiel and for Necto with their logo. We also have just the standard official shirt. So check that out if you're interested. And now we're going to move on to some more bracket play. I think I'm going to hand it to Impossible if he's available. Fish around.
Sorry, Impossible seems to be dead. That is rather sad.
He is in the booth.
Yeah, he's just not saying anything.
Ah. Well, Mal, do you want to take it?
Sure. Gotta say, I am sad that my RLBot t-shirt hasn't arrived yet. I was planning on getting one, but I never actually got around to it because it was all going to arrive after today, and there's no point getting it if it's not for today.
Of course. All right, I'm going to hand over control to... Oh, hold up a minute.
You guys hear me okay?
Oh,
yeah.
He's alive!
Yeah.
I am.
Hello.
I'm here.
All right, take it away, folks. We're going to the lower bracket.
Let's do it. I'm still really amped about that Raptor Necto Element match. That was a lot of fun to watch.
It's a very close match.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Raptor didn't quite get there, but it had some good plays, and Element and Necto are always a lot of fun to watch, regardless.
I wasn't expecting to see Necto aerials. That was something rather surprising to see.
Necto, once he went determined, he got kind of crazy. But speaking of the match at hand, we have Bottomus versus SDC, which is about as classic of a matchup as you can get, really.
With an early goal there for Bottomus off the kickoff as SDC rotates to the back of the net. Seems to be an ongoing issue. for SDC today. Keeps
Yeah.
rotating backwards.
He has had issues with being in his own goal for a long time, and bots are finally taking advantage of it, I think.
That's what happens when you don't update for 2 years, I think it is now.
Yeah,
for
2
SDC.
more, who knows? It's been a long time. SDC didn't have to worry about anything for such a long time. He was
Ooh,
just
but
so
an
ahead of his time.
Interesting aerial play there from Bottomus, Justin, as we were talking, as he
It
tries
almost
to
worked
air
out.
dribble.
That's on target. SDC gets the clear. SDC definitely at a detriment when it comes to airplay, because Bottomus is all about them double jumps and aerials and everything else. But he puts a clean one on that.
That's what SDC has consistency over Bottomus, it seems, because Bottomus seems to be missing a lot of simple touches recently.
Well, Bottomus apparently had a little bit of an update, and you never know what's going to happen whenever you do an update, what things you're going to tweak and mess up.
Darkseal must have forgotten to turn off the shooting part of Bottomus, and now he's missing every single touch he goes for.
Oh no. Let's see if Bottomus gets a turnaround on here. He has to boost to make something happen. SDC loves putting him into the corner. He loves doing that.
SDC held a very weird defensive position there, but he will have possession of the ball. Throwing it up the wall, can grab the 100 boost. Ooh, a good block there from Bottomus, though.
It's a good clear from Bottomus. I don't know if he's going to get the next touch.
Ooh,
is that on target? Can't even tell.
Oh, just wide. Unlucky for SDC. The 50 doesn't go his way.
Oh, this is dangerous. It's SDC. What are you doing?
What was that move? That's one we haven't seen before. A drive into the corner, jump off the back wall move.
That's oh my god move.
Oh my god, the ball's heading for my net and I'm not in the right spot. What am I going to do?
Flail. Pretty much. It can happen to the best of them. Neutral kickoff. Goes slightly in Bottomus' favor. Yeah. I imagine Bottomus is getting boost right now. Let's see what SDC can do.
Bottomus trying to shadow on here.
Good clear from Bottomus. He has a chance here. He has boost. Can he hook around it, though, is the question.
He's got the position in, but he can't get the shot just in.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get around it enough.
Luckily, SDC's got 100 boost now, so he can dribble it downfield. A strong block from Bottomus. But it's not enough as SDC whiffs the open net.
He just jumped a little too high. If he'd have just drove into it, it'd have been fine.
Sometimes you don't want the jumps and style on your touch. You just want a lovely, just nice slow drive into the ball.
That's right. Just a little blooper, do you? Bottomus, nice looking aerial. Is he going to get a double tap? Not quite.
Ooh, can't read where the ball's going to go.
But Bottomus definitely seems to have more control of this game, but he's kind of throwing it away a bit. Going for shots that you really shouldn't do in ones. He's having fun.
I was about to say, is it the winning that matters, or is it the having fun that matters?
That's right. It's more about making clips, as we all know.
Yeah, just zooming around the field, enjoying life.
Absolutely.
SDC trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, Bottomus, I mean, it'd be nice if we had an average speed readout or something, because I'm pretty sure Bottomus is like double SDC's average speed. He's always zooming around.
Although SDC gets up a lot of speed with those rotating back on defense.
That is true. This is totally Bottomus. He just needs to jump for it.
Very, very slow to go for it, though.
Yeah, if he just went for a regular double jump there, he'd have been fine. SDC, really nothing good that could have came out of that. But
I don't know if this is a new thing with Bottomus, but Bottomus seems to keep going for boost while rotating back and completely missing the rotation recently.
I don't know. Maybe we can get the Darkseal to comment on that. I know sometimes he'll just totally leave the play in the ball and his goal wide open just to go get boost.
Yeah, because it happened with Camille earlier, didn't it? Camille had a shot on net and then Bottomus just turned away, and I think it just happened recently then, so Bottomus just not enjoying. Darkseal says no comment, but Bottomus not enjoying going for ball before boost.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of going for the ball if you don't have boost? A little early flick there, almost
tried to get the follow-up touch, but just couldn't nail it.
Yeah, almost muscled it in there. SDC just kind of stood strong.
This is a
Open
close
goal
match in terms of
opportunity here, maybe.
skill. As yeah, both bots this match actually being able to attack and defend pretty well, meaning that rather than the other ones where we've had like 11-2 score lines, instead it's a very, very close 2-1 with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think truthfully, at least originally, they were very, very similar bots in the way that they played. Just Bottomus has just gone all about aerials and high jumps for the most part now, whereas SDC still plays the very solid defensive game.
As we were talking about it, SDC slightly weird off the wall, leaves an open net for Bottomus to just slide it on in.
Yeah, you can't give Bottomus an open shot because he'll line that up from a mile away.
As now this game could still go in SDC's favor, but it would have to be quite close. Although a goal in 4 seconds does
The goal
allow.
definitely helps.
Yeah, a goal in 4 seconds does mean it is possible for SDC to still take this to overtime.
And he has won a couple of kickoffs right off the bat, as he just did right here. He just needs to do it again. It is another side kickoff.
But glad the overlay suddenly appeared as well.
Going to shoot on target SDC, do it. No, he's off. Didn't happen. Bottomus
Close
takes
match,
the
though.
win, which is going to knock SDC out of the tournament, I believe, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, it's double
Oh yes,
elimination,
best of one, yeah.
So that is
That
it
is-
for SDC. SDC, the previous champion for years, finally fallen off a little bit. It's taken a long time, but it's getting there.
That means it could. There is a good chance it's it's RedBot versus Camille in this upcoming match. So we might see the
believe it
rematch
is.
between Bottomus and Camille if Camille wins this next match.
I know Code Red has been saying that that his red bot is beating Camille like 2-1 in the bot pack now. So who knows? Of course, he's not going to be playing against bot pack Camille, for better or worse. We don't know.
that is true. We're hoping for a close match nonetheless. Anyway,
It's a relatively even kickoff, going in favor of Red now. Still pretty
good 50.
even.
And hopefully this shows how the match is going to be with how these 50s are going. So RedBot steals the boost
Steals
that
the
Camille was
boost.
after.
Hopefully Cam got the middle boost. I guess we'll see. It's an open shot. Cam goes for an aerial, does not get it on target.
At
See
least
what Red
both
can do
bots
here.
here aerial, so we can potentially see some aerial plays.
Oh no!
Oh, an attempted pre-jump there, and it's going to cost RedBot there, but he gets a demo.
He does, and he does save it. He did
That's what
kind
we
of
need
tee
to
it back
see.
up, though. He needs to get there fast.
When a strong 50 from Camille, and I think this is just going to be in, and it is just in.
Yep. She just taps it in there. I'll say, Camille, I can't even say her name now. Camille has had probably the best double jumps for a long time, or at least the only double jumps for a long time.
Yeah, there aren't too many
RedBot
bots.
has some really good double jumps now.
Yeah, not many bots use it, but it's such a good thing if you're on 0 boost with a lofted ball. You can
Absolutely.
just slightly get over.
You have more options. More options is good. That looks dangerous. Camille, I don't know what she was doing. Wasn't going for the
Probably
ball, though.
Trying to figure out what RedBot's doing with the ball.
He was
No
kind of
one-
driving in circles a little bit. Camille
No
with
one
a
really has
pop.
any boost here. Just seem
Let's
to be
see.
passing it between each other across
Oh.
the field until it makes
Camille
it down
wins
to the
it.
orange net.
She wins the leapfrog game eventually, but that was an interesting little matchup there. That's what
Just
happens when you
showcasing
got,
double jumping.
exactly. You got two bots with really good double jumps. You kind of run into that a lot.
Now, Code Red slowly letting the match slip away from it. Hopefully we'll get some kind of counter plays here, but it isn't looking that good so far.
It is looking. He's definitely keeping it close. Camille's gonna have another goal here. Oh, totally missed.
The fake! It's just
Oh,
perfect fake there from Camille, causing RedBot to own goal.
Camille just calculated that RedBot was going to do that for her. That's what I'm going with. For those who don't know, I am Camille's developer, by the way, so I am a little bit biased, but I do think RedBot is a very good bot.
Sometimes you've just got to make it look like you're taking the shots that your opponent does it for you.
Absolutely.
Now RedBot
Oh,
sneaks
save.
through and manages to clear it slightly there. Needs to grab the boost here though and doesn't get it.
He's got some
Trying to-
speed on him.
I don't
Still
know.
isn't that boost, though. What's Camille going to do here? Got the
A
demo.
demo.
I can't tell where the ball is. Where's the ball? There we go. Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, an unlucky respawn for RLBot there causes him to pass it middle. Luckily, Camille wasn't ready for
Oh,
it.
don't you dare own goal this, Cam. She does that sometimes. Oh, this is dangerous. There we go. Pinch it
Nice
out.
touch to the corner, though.
It worked
As
out.
RLBot
Camille
still
got
has
the boost, and
possession.
RLBot does not have any. She has control, flicks it over. Doesn't have any speed on the ball, though. It's going to be a little bit of leapfrog stuff going on here, it looks like.
Oh, and
Oh, the
RLBot
own
flips
goal.
it into its own net. That's not what we want to see from RLBot.
I'm sure that's not what Code Red wanted to see either. He's put a lot of work into the spot, and it's not showing off right now. He did say he put an update out for RLBot before this tournament. You never know if it's a good idea to do that or not.
Yeah, sometimes you become the best bot, sometimes you become the worst from an update.
I swear every time I update Camiel, she gets worse. That's why I've been focusing on machine learning bots so much lately. It's like, you know what? I have had enough of making my bot worse.
RLBot with a strong kickoff counterattack off that
Yep.
kickoff that's just happened. Just nails it into the bottom corner.
That was a nice clean shot on target. Camiel was nowhere near there to do anything about it.
Another
Slight
good
kickoff
kickoff from
win.
Camille. RLBot
Good
gets a strong
challenge.
tackle. This could be a shooting opportunity, but Camille cuts early and catches RLBot off guard.
No boost, though. She does have a flick
think-
opportunity here.
But say I don't think she needs it as RLBot's struggling and just passes it back to her.
Oh, is that on
He's up
target?
on the
Yes.
he's up on the post and can't get around in time.
Yeah, just he's not putting it off to the side enough. If he just hit it towards the corner, he'd have bought himself some time, and it wouldn't be playing that leapfrogging game.
And the really awkward post attempt on the save where you just drive up the post and try and get round in time. It very rarely works out.
Yeah, it's hard for hard-coded bots to account for it. That's for sure. But ball in the
There's-
corner. Red has all the boost. See if Camille
Doesn't
can
get
a
any
clear
good
out here.
touch. Strong 50 off Red there does allow Camille to go downfield.
Red has the speed and the ball. Camille can't get there in time.
And it's just going to slide on in.
Wow, just a nice
Like-
speed away from Red there.
Yeah, slight too far push up from Camille. Decided against the shot at the last second and just passed it on through.
She had a touch to the side there, but apparently it just didn't matter. You know, Red was right there. He's ready for it. So that is 5-2. Despite the scoreline, it has felt like a very close match so far.
Yeah, it's just stupid defensive and offensive mistakes that are causing this to be a wider match in terms of goal differential.
Red has definitely had some accidental own goals, which are contributing to his being behind right now. This looks like a goal for Camiel. If she can get behind it. Flick
Ooh, a
is
nice
almost
flick.
on target. So close. This is dangerous. If Red can get around it, he has a little bit of boost. Camiel, can you kick
Got
it
the
out?
space
Kick it
to
out.
shoot.
That was a
And it
great
just
shot from Red.
perfectly placed such that Cam could get the touch on the ball but still not get it out.
Yeah, she just didn't have the chance to get around it. I don't think she had boost at all to work with either. So Red's showing he's still in this fight. Neutral kickoff. Looks like Red's going to get possession. Oh, this is very bad. What are you doing,
Open net
Cam?
opportunity appears.
Ah, he's bringing it back.
Cam just spinning around in circles, enjoying life.
Yeah,
You got the
Sometimes-
space to do it, you might as well.
yeah. You got to take time to smell the roses and the fresh cut grass and all that. And just like that, Red is behind only by one now. He's getting rid of that lead. But Camiel's been building up. It's another chance.
Good kickoff for Cam. As the ball bounces off, RLBot can get a sort of clear there. Doesn't get a great touch for itself though.
Oh, Cam's up for an
Strong
aerial.
50.
She couldn't quite get that on target though.
Now RLBot hits it up high. Cam is up but doesn't get any touch, and that
Oh,
leaves
this
the
is
blue
bad
net
for
open.
Cam. Yep, that
RLBot
was.
will just slide it on through.
I knew it was dangerous leaving Cam's aerials enabled, but I was like, you know what? You got to have fun.
Sometimes you gotta take risks to get the
That's
cool
right.
clips.
You got to risk it for the clips. Which is why she's also using the battle bus. You just got to have fun with it.
What do you mean? The battle bus isn't a risk. That is called winning. You
Well,
can
yeah,
never.
That's her secret battle power.
You can't lose if you play in the battle bus. It is
Well-
like a certified fact.
Well, I can prove otherwise.
As RLBot goes for the blue goal as I'm saying that.
Camille lost her first match versus Bottomus, of course, with the battle bus, and RLBot is making a strong push to recover from this match. He's ahead by 1 now with only 30 seconds left. Things are not looking great for Cam, unless she can get a kickoff goal here. I guess we'll see. Kickoff in RLBot's favor. Block from Cam. It's in the corner. See if she can get boost here. Maybe do a strong push.
Only
Dangerous.
20 seconds left. They've got to get the attack out.
Yeah, somebody's got to make a move here to make something happen. And
Oh,
it's
and a good
RLBot.
shot from Red. And
Oh,
that might
no.
seal the game.
Camiel, you got to fight for your tournament life. RLBot doing a good job of blocking any chance of her breakaway there. Just puts it right on target. Goes right through the middle of the net.
And this could be the current 1v1 champion knocked out.
It could be. It could happen. Let's see what happens here. Kickoff win for Camiel. Can she put it on target? Doesn't even
No, it's thrown
try.
into the corner. And I think that definitely seals it as the ball is now lofted. There's no shot coming off that really.
Nope.
And that is going to be it. Camille, the 1v1 champion, knocked out in the lower bracket round 2.
And RLBot's tournament dreams continue. So he's
Heads
going
on to
to go
face
up against Bottomus
Bottomus
next.
soon.
Yeah. Scary for him. Scary for both of them, honestly. Both very good bots.
Yeah, it was such a close game. It was very wide and there was a lot of swinging backwards and forwards, but it definitely was a close game throughout.
Yeah. It happened. So GG to Code Red on that one. I'm going to hop out, I believe, unless I'm
heading to
misreading things.
I believe we're heading to the best of 5
Oh, yeah.
semifinals, I think.
Yeah. We're moving to the finals. We're going to go to Leaf and Gao. So I'm going to take off here if they can take over.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate you hopping in as well, and an unfortunate outcome there for Camille there in the lower bracket match, ending up in that 5th, 6th spot alongside SDC. But yeah, we're moving right along here to the first best of 5 of the tournament. It is the winners bracket finals, and it's taking place between Necto and Element. They have made the upper bracket run thus far, and they've got a maximum of 5 games to try and lock in their grand final spot early, and a crucial one at that, because of course, if you make it to the grand final from here, you don't have to go through that bracket reset when it comes to that final match of the time. And I believe I'll be starting this off alongside Mal as well. I know you're excited for this. I'm excited for this. Element, the only one left to seemingly be the Necto killer in this tournament.
I was about to say, yeah, because one of the major matches of the bubble sort leading to this was Necto versus Element, where Element lost. But hopefully a new and upgraded Element should be able to take on Necto and deal some serious blows here.
Yeah, I really want to see these two go at it here, because there hasn't been a whole lot of resistance to Necto's stance over this. Again, RLBot, even in that previous match for Necto, only managed 3 goals to Necto's 15. But here goes Element with a nice dribble all the way down the middle of the field. Does the flick come out? Necto blocks it aside. Powerful stance there with not a whole lot of boost. And good start here for Necto, trying to take it the other way. But the shot's initially off, though, turns it on the second, and first goal falls for Necto.
It's just whoever can hold the better defensive position, it looks like, because Necto held back quite a while there, letting Element push all the way downfield to then just insta-counterattack straight to the orange goal.
Yeah, defense is going to be crucial. Yeah.
Such a strong strategy for machine learning bots, it seems, because a lot of them play quite similar to that, of either constant aggression or playing passive enough that they just pass you the ball.
And it's so tough, though, to imagine these machine learning bots playing passively against each other when these are arguably 2 of the bots in this tournament that are the best at taking the ball so deep into the zone before pulling off an amazing shot. Talk of it, an Element here sends an early one that Necto cannot turn aside. We're just under the minute mark here, nearly approaching it, but Element has tied us at 1.
And I think there might have been a slight bump there as the shot was going in, which also helped our Element. So maybe that's the strategy you need to beat the machine learning bots. It's just bump them out of the way.
We've seen it a couple of times. Bumps going in favor of either bot here. Necto finds a beneficial touch here coming off of the kickoff. Again, I mean, it's a very fortunate bounce. Anybody would be happy to take it, but Necto just gets up into the air, and we get back to this central theme. This is something that bothered Element a lot in the previous matchup against Bottomus Prime, who was a little more proficient in those aerial touches. Element's really going to have to get up for a couple of these to stop Necto.
Yeah, Necto is just such a strong both defender and like attacker in how he just challenges at the right time to catch all of the other bots off guard. Just like then, as I was saying, jumping as Element tried to hit it again, sending him out of position and leaving the net wide open for a shot.
Yeah, this is something that Element has to work on cutting out as the series progresses here. If it doesn't happen now, it's going to happen in the future games, but a 2-goal lead, it's still a manageable comeback here for Element. We go back as well to how these bots have progressed previously through the bracket and wanted to see Element's control come back on the defensive half. Offensively, nearly finding its way inside the near corner there. Still, this crossplay, though, baits out Necto. Is the finish there? Sure enough, it is. Little tic-tac-toe with the back wall, but Element gets back within one.
Yeah, Necto there cutting way too early on the ball and tries to catch Element off guard, but this time Element knew what was happening and was ready for it. And just slipped it on by, straight for the open net afterwards.
Love to see that. It's so cool. I'm still not over just analyzing these bots getting looks at each other and just trying to play around each other's play styles or seeing which style comes out best, because I've seen this pop up obviously in my viewing of chat and such during matches that I wasn't casting, where people were genuinely asking, if you have a lot of developers who are using machine learning for their bots, wouldn't you get the same outcome? And that is not the case here. There are an infinite number of ways that these developers can go about approaching machine learning, different values to different sorts of plays and strategies and whatnot. Necto picks this one off, though, for a 4-2 lead here in game number 1.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Necto himself has run for something like 30 years worth of Rocket League time by just playing itself over and over again on like hundreds of different versions of the game across multiple computers, which just allows it to learn the game so quickly. And it went from it just goes from randomly flipping around to being able to play Rocket League to a level like this, and it's just such an amazing thing to see.
It's wild. It really is. I feel like at a certain point it's almost incomprehensible how much time has gone into this, development of a bot like Necto. And again, Element just looking for so many of these deep flicks that we've seen all tournament long, but Necto is keen to turn all of them aside. Now a slow ball here towards the back wall. Element surely finishes this one up. Necto is racing for it with a good amount of boost, but Element with no boost in the tank, as Element often does, will score this. 2 minutes left and still only a 1-goal difference.
Yeah, it's just like back and forth between them. It's whichever one makes the attack that doesn't work, it seems, is getting scored on, which might be an issue with just how they've learnt to play the game, in that they are pushing up too much and then leaving their back half open sometimes.
Yeah, that's the... Oh, okay. We've got a little bit of turtle action here. Necto's still staying relevant with the ball. Element wants another 0 boost push and does manage to box out Necto well enough. Tied up here as Element has made a little mini comeback, and we've got 4 goals on either side.
And the unlucky flip from Necto there as the ball was going back, landed with his wheels on the ball. So it just kind of... It's when you hit the ball and you just lose all momentum. It's the saddest moment in Rocket League.
Element has a pretty free look here off the kickoff, and all of a sudden the comeback train hasn't slowed down just yet. It's a very, very powerful touch. Not a hard finish at all for Element inside that post. So with just about 102 seconds left to play in this first game, don't really see anybody jumping out to that mercy roll. Element doing it twice in a row? Sure, why not?
And all the Necto fanboys who are in chat thinking Necto's going to win this are all rather alarmed now that Element is suddenly ahead in a game that no one thought was going to be this close, I don't think.
I personally, sitting here, I thought going into this one, how many games conceivably does Element take from this series, but Element has a real chance here. Oh, a third? No, Necto does deny that one. Not quite fast enough from the boostless attacker that Element has carved himself to be, but what a stuff there on the back wall. Scores anyway and gets up to a 3-goal lead.
And it's just like you're saying, doesn't have boost, but sometimes you don't need boost for an attack, and that's what a lot of the hard-coded bots seem to get wrong. So you'd see Bottomus Prime would grab 100 boosted when retreating, when it really should just go from net. But Element doesn't suffer from that issue because he's never got boost, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
If you don't have boosts, you don't have to worry about using it. It's as simple as that. We love simplifying the things here. There's obviously very complex processes happening behind the scenes for these bots. Dare I say a fourth falls? No, it's going to be turned aside. But again, we were all the way at 4-2 in favor of Necto, so it's been at least 5 unanswered here for Element in what has been a fantastic showing, and with only 60 seconds and counting to play here in game 1, Element with another menacing dribble here, goes for the flick a little bit earlier, but Necto still turns it aside. It's still relevant though, and it's saved away. The challenge finds its way above the crossbar, and Element forced to retreat. Necto though finds the open net on the other side and gets back within 2.
Unlucky set of plays there for Element, where he just slams it onto the crossbar. He needs to be hitting them into the net rather than onto the crossbar if he really wants to solidify his lead here, as it is still going either way.
And with 39 to play, anything could happen. Obviously, those kickoff goals a couple times in a row that went in Element's favor. Not going to happen this time around, but a nice touch here from the sidewall. Necto a little too far forward. Element finds it. Back in the net. Back to the 3-goal lead, and closer to security here in game 1.
So the issue with pushing up again between the machine learning bots is Necto thought he could get the ball and just completely caught off guard with that flip from Element, landing it straight into his net.
Now, all on Necto here to try and find an answer, but that kickoff is not going to help at all. And like you said, the Necto fanboys, fangirls, everyone's in chat not too keen on this result, but it's a best of 5 for a reason. They've got some hope. That challenge will find its way in. And hey, 2 goals, 13 seconds. Again, not impossible if some kickoffs go Necto's way, but certainly Element's got to still be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, you've got it's definitely been done before, 2 goals in 13 seconds, especially with bots, where they're very consistent in how they go. But with a kickoff like that, it's not looking good.
Yeah, he knew it as soon as that one went. Slow ball headed towards the blue zone, and Necto cannot do much at all with this one. Perhaps one last save to boot. That's exactly what comes through, but the 2-goal differential strikes here in favor of Element. Like you said, a rather unexpected result here for game number 1, but it is Element on top, taking the series lead, and all of a sudden, the pressure is on Necto now to defend this strong stance that we had built for him.
I'd say if I was to say who would win this, I would call 1, maybe 2 games for Element, not getting the first game in the series, and potentially, if he keeps it up, maybe even just winning the entire thing.
And that's what I love about these series as well, going deeper into it with a best of 5, especially because I feel like a lot of outside viewers might see bots playing against each other and think, oh, if a bot wins game 1, they've easily got the rest of the next couple games because they're just simply better. But we know that's not the case. We know Necto has the ability to get so many strong opportunities and change the momentum of a game. I mean, all it takes is that 6-goal mercy rule as well. But I do have to say, because we have just had our new co-caster here. I say new, but obviously I feel like everybody here knows who I'm about to introduce. Our good friend LeafX finally joining up here for the upper bracket finals. How's it going?
Hey, well, I mean, I wanted to see more of these. Fusion with technology, that is why I'm just arriving now. So I'm gonna need some fill in here because I've always loved I've always loved watching these bots, and I haven't seen them in a while. And how they've advanced, I've seen some clips, and which is why I was excited to see some more just this finals.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's been a fantastic tournament thus far. I will say the big storyline for this. So we're in the upper bracket finals. We've got Necto and Element. So these are the two bots that have made their upper bracket run all the way through, and a trip to the grand finals without needing to go through the bracket reset is on the line. So good amount of pressure for these bots. But the most interesting takeaway is a lot of people favored Necto coming in very strong first and second rounds in
Well,
the
yeah, look
upper
at
side of
those.
things. It was a 6-0 win versus Broccoli Bot in the first round. Outscored RedBot 15-3 in the winners semis. And now all of a sudden, Element takes an 8-6 win in game one of this best of 5. So Necto's on the back wall a little bit.
So, question just about these bots too. Obviously, you guys have probably talked about this before, but just before coming in here, I was informed both of these are machine learning bots rather than hard coded. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Necto and Element specifically are machine learning bots, and it's crazy to think about the time that they have spent training as well. Talked about this a
Yeah.
little bit with Mal. Near 30 years of in-game time for Necto.
So yeah, this is what I was excited for, because I remember way back when people were first starting to get into their bots, the hard coded stuff was way better, just because with the machine learning it took so much more time. I know at the time there was no way to get the games to speed up the tick rate up, to speed up the learning. So it's like, okay, this is going to take a while before these bots are good. And now I guess it's been a while, and now they're good. They're
Yeah.
good. So it's really exciting to see the machine learning stuff coming to fruition, because that's the long game. That patience had to be kept for those, because at the beginning they weren't particularly fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And definitely, I would say the patience has paid off in dividends. I mean, what we've seen early from these machine learning bots has been nothing short of amazing. Like I came into this not really knowing a whole lot about the community and the progress that had been made, but in the short indoctrination that I've had just by watching these matches, I'm nothing short of amazed by the things that they've been able to pull off. And to think that this isn't even the peak, like there's so much more progress to be made from where they are right now, is one of the coolest things.
Yeah, no, I guess I don't know if anyone here is knowledgeable enough. I'm also with chat. Has there been a way to speed up that tick rate so the training time has increased? Because 30, that's a lot of time. So I'm going to have to assume that they found a way to train these bots faster than just running 5-minute games over and over and over again. I'm looking like it's getting a yes. Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, we do
Okay.
have Impossibum, the creator of Kamale, one of the bots taking place in this, verifying that. So that's always good to hear.
So I'm going to assume most people are moving to the machine learning aspect then, because hard coding, you're just going to fall behind.
Yeah, I think
at
that's a
that
fair
point.
assumption. Yeah.
I don't know. That's cool. Oh man, that makes it exciting. These bots are going to get even crazier. I haven't been able to see much besides a few clips of what these guys can do. So I'm excited to see how far it already is, because it's actually going to be, we're going to put pros out of work.
I am so waiting for that day. It's going to be fantastic when we finally do get there. But even the stage that they're at now is just something to behold.
All right. So series score Elements already taken one, and people were expecting Necto to win this one, correct?
Yeah, Necto coming in as a pretty heavy favorite. I think just namely because of the results in the previous matches. Element still some pretty dominant wins. A 6-0 in the first round. The second round against Bottomus Prime, a little close in the first game. It did end up our highest scoring game of the tournament so far at 21 total goals. But I think as this develops here, you'll notice that these two bots, specifically Necto and Element, are some of the most controlling bots, keeping the ball very close to each other. Necto's had a lot of very nice saves. Element's specialty, these ground cuts from across the sides, from the left to the right, even the center, just very strong in that regard. But both bots very keen to keep the ball close.
Yeah, it seems like they want a lot of those tight low touches. We're not seeing anything crazy in the air. But keeping it controlled and close is really good. This could actually trip up a lot of players too, because you know you don't expect a bot to hard turn like that to boost into it. I could see this being a useful tool already for a lot of players. Imagine getting these bots on a stick. You just plug into your computer and now you have access. I want to see that done because that'd be incredible for people that don't have reliable internet to still be able to train.
Oh yeah,
These bots can trip a lot of people up from what I'm seeing.
If I was saying at the start of this tournament, if I had this when I started with Rocket League, because as soon as I got Rocket League back in 2015, I was immediately hitting up the season mode, you know, playing against the bots and everything. If I had training like this in ones, I feel like it'd be a much higher rank at this point. But Necto, good play here to get a second. I mean, love that tight shot from close in.
And that seems to be the biggest thing for these bots right now is like being able to they're getting like diagonal flips into it and they're just kind of controlling it from the side a lot of the time. And again, those are those touches that can trip up a human. Now I know these aren't humans, so it's probably harder to trip them up. They're just doing what they know to do. Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that's nice. Okay, a new tool, because again, a lot of the stuff I'd seen was they're just getting touches kind of to the side. They're getting side flips. But that, what?
Yeah,
that's from the other way.
Yeah, Necto's hit that shot so many times tonight. It's been a couple of times, so they just take that backwards jump at the top of the box, and it works out. And it's something about this matchup specifically where Element is not too heavy leaning into the aerial plays at all. You mentioned it as well. They seem a lot more focused on those low tight touches. Element is probably the biggest culprit of that. So Necto has that slight advantage, and you see that capitalized on, but still, it's incredible to see.
Yeah, see, it's interesting there too. How the bot was still like, okay, that generally wouldn't have been good control. That generally wouldn't have been a good approach from Element against a regular player. That's where you want to say, okay, they have control. I'm going to back off, but they're like, no, I got to go to the ball and hit the ball. It'd be interesting to see if bots start recognizing when they've lost possession and they need to shadow rather than attack.
Yeah, I definitely feel you there. Element has been pretty much all tournament as well, playing up on the offensive, even with zero boost, just not too keen to fall back like that and understand, like, all right, opponent has possession, I need to grab boost. It's a very human ones mentality to fall into, but Element's not too keen on that one, much to sometimes its disadvantage, but a nice demo here to deny Necto that opportunity.
And at the same time, though, every single one of the touches, though, are confident. I think that's the important thing, is that Elements, see there, normally you wouldn't want to, but like the control to get to that point, the confidence when Element is making the touches are huge. Like, they don't look bot-like at all. They definitely look a lot more human in the confidence. But it is those same moves. I am so impressed with Necto's confidence to go backwards. It doesn't get it, but Element's car control and dribble control is honestly super fun to watch.
Yeah, that is one of the best, like, deep carries that Element has had this series, and took perfect advantage as well, because Necto was in a much better position for a lot of the earlier ones, but it's just a beautiful score. Even the fact to take it to the opposite side of the net as well is just this placement, I think, is what surprises me. Necto up in the air to finish that one, though.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. Every single time Element wants a flick, Element gets a perfect flick. It's incredible. It's just, again, the lack of air game meant that Necto had way more, like, even if Element got behind that, Element generally sits on the ground, and Necto just can punish any of those mistakes up high like that, as we saw. But the flicks almost every single time from Element are like perfect.
Yeah, it's something that Necto has to be on lock there with. Like, we've theorized the whole time about those defensive stances with these bots and how strong they can really get in that regard. Haven't seen too many saves, but this specific series is definitely a key difference maker. Element's gonna walk that one to the middle of the net on the other side, but again, just early aggression. I feel like so many of these opportunities are decided in the middle of the field with these bots because they want to go for that early aggression. They want to stay up on the play. And you cycle back to that awareness of when you have to recognize that your opponent has possession. But again, shadow defense, I feel like that's something that's so hard, or at least would be pretty difficult to implement because it's so fickle.
Oh, of course. And again, I'm sure with more training time, that'll be something that comes around. But it's interesting because again, the last time I really saw, that was a great bump. Look at that's awesome. That's one of those things that is great for Element, is that Element didn't even see the player. Element's like, there's the ball. I'm going through you to get to it. Unfortunately, lost control, and Necto took it back. But like, it is one good thing about the confidence is that Element might get some of those bumps that work out for it.
Yeah, when that confidence works out, they've got the speed and power. We've seen Element make demos as well. So, by virtue of trying for it or finding it as collateral, it still comes through, and it still helps because again, that is a moment that they can take and understand that they gained an advantage from it. But Necto just dominating these kickoffs right now.
Yeah, again, the little bit of aerial game that Necto has completely sets it apart because it's just a whole other playing field that Necto gets to be free on, unchallenged.
Element's the first one to this ball as well, but as time ticks down, we've seen a couple of Element comebacks here, but tough to find a way in on this specific one. It's that slight edge that Necto's holding over, and just to, cycle back to the point I made, I probably would have been in this camp as well, and I know a lot of other people would have been, where if you have bots that are playing against each other and, Element wins game one, why would you think that Necto would win another game? But it just goes to show you the key differences, the subtle, small differences that come into the making of these bots that set them apart on any given game. Anybody can win, and Necto's bringing this series back to a tie.
Yeah, I'm wondering too if the bot makers too could throw in chat. But are they training mostly on themselves? Are they being fed training data? Are they training on other bots? Because I feel like throwing Necto at some of these other bots is just going to increase everyone's capabilities, and then throw them back and forth with training data.
Yeah, I have a feeling the answer, I can't speak for everybody, but I have a feeling the answer leans towards self-play. But that would be a very interesting point if you, ran like, I don't know, some sort of like a league system where they just routinely get play against each other to develop, different play styles for different situations.
They only play with themselves. So what we're seeing here. Yeah, it's so interesting because the last time I got to see this again, most of the good bots were hard coded. So I keep looking at these scenarios like, oh well, this would be an easy fix right here. Like I keep seeing Element do this. Why they should have just programmed, but they're not doing that anymore. It's just this bot got themselves to this point, which is an incredible thing to think. It's almost as if it is just a player at this point. Like we don't look at the creators anymore and say, hey, do this. Because these bots taught themselves essentially, and it brings such an interesting, more personal touch to these bots because you look at them and it's like, no, it's not doing what it was told. Well, in a way, I guess it's doing what it's learned, which is I love machine learning.
It's so cool. I've got friends. I wish I was more knowledgeable in this field, but it is really respectable to see as well, especially with the bots training against themselves. And like you said, it seems like it has that personal touch on the development of these bots where a little bit of the creator comes through and what they value in the game and the best product that they want to put forward. So it's just great to see on this level.
That was a close one from Necto. I like to see like fails as well because I know that our robot overlords aren't here yet. Necto, a couple crossfires or posts there, and then over ambition. And Element just does what Element does, brings that ball to the ground and rolls it home.
Yeah, it keeps them in check. a little bit. But you know, in a serious manner, it again reminds you that this is not the peak. Like there is so much more to go. But yeah, it is nice to say, you know, they slip up every now and then. Element's not going to slip up with this one. And again, we're seeing that level of control, just keeping the ball so close, absolutely destroying Nectos.
Sorry, I wanted to see that. Nectos there. Halfway through, did a flip cancel to try to get that boost to give him more upward momentum to try to block that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's super sick to see.
It really is. That's crazy. Like just the thought of going through something like that, which that sort of awareness in a high pressure situation like that doesn't hit a whole lot of minds when they're thinking about it.
Necto's like, bro, I can dribble too. Check this out. Look at that. I was quick and dribble too. I was smooth.
Very solid. Kept it pinned to the side of the car as well. Plenty of time left. This is I would be remiss to think that this doesn't go all 5 games at this point, as we've gone a little back and forth, but Necto could storm ahead at any given moment. I think that one is just wide. Tough finish as well as it rolls up. It's not in a great position, and Necto does have the time. Element's not quite back fast enough, so unsure whether Necto would get that one, but finds its way in.
Yeah, almost got demoed again. Element's pure aggression of get the ball, despite an opponent being there, could have turned into a bump that helped him out on the goal line. But yeah, Necto, I like Necto, how Necto just waits around the posts all the time when the ball's rolling inwards. Like, it knows, okay, the ball's going to be over here in front of the net soon, let me wait.
Yeah. Element, oh my. Another tight touch here. I feel like so many have just come off of that slight back wall touch that the other bot is just racing up and narrowly misses, but it's interesting to see. I'm also curious as well how much it factors in, like on that pass opportunity with Necto at the near post, and now another one from the near post taken to the other side. We're tied up at 3, but I'm curious if there's ever a bit that's factored in where Necto realizes maybe how far away, or rather how Element isn't quite close enough to make a challenge, and maybe that goes into whether or not Necto moves faster to that offensive opportunity.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because I don't know if that is something that we'll see from them. See, eventually, obviously, as you train them more, with more data, they'll see that. But especially for Element, it feels like Element has learned, okay, if I do this, then I can win, with not much thought to what the opponent is doing specifically. It definitely is I've been told, get goal. If I do this, I get goal, and I think that's kind of its main focus.
Yeah, which makes a ton of sense here. And as we continue on to this one, bottom corner potentially. Oh, what a read there! I gotta be honest, I don't know if I would have had the confidence to take that one home. That is a very unexpected bounce there off the post, but Necto takes full advantage of it. Yeah.
Again, I feel like Necto's very confident around those posts. Like it has a lot of time learning, okay, if the ball hits it this way, it's going this way. Because that was great positioning, a great read of that off the wall. And speaking of, again, like, okay, are the only parameters get goal? I wonder if you can put weight into okay, you get here's a little bit of reward for a demo. I don't know if to try to prioritize demos too much in bad scenarios. Then I just wonder what happens what the parameters the bot makers have set for each of their bots to prioritize.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, because I'm watching this series go by and specifically looking at Element, not just this series, but how Element has played this entire bracket. And we noted, sometimes the speed on defense to get back to the goal line, and it sometimes resorts in demos as well, but that sort of speed isn't really present on the offensive push as much, namely because Element doesn't really like to carry boost into the offensive zone, but much more keen to control the ball and take it slowly, whereas as soon as Necto gets close, Element is booking it back likely making some good collision with the ball or Necto, but not going to be able to save that one away. It definitely seems like there's a little bit of weight on certain actions for these bots.
Yeah. Which is good. I'm just curious, like what. I have so many more questions. We're gonna watch these bots play, but yeah, like what the weights are, how much tweaking was needed to, and was it hours and hours in before they realized, okay, this is the wrong mixture of rewards, and how much, because that there can be one certain set that is the right set that helps the bot learn a lot quicker. That must be so much tweaking. Is that right? Yeah, it's a lot of tweaking. As incredible as machine learning is, it still does require balancing. But yeah, Necto, I think Necto's starting to show us why Necto was the favorite.
Yeah,
Coming into
definitely.
this.
And we are in a crucial point as well. I kind of want to see if we get any text or voice confirmation here on still carrying that 6-goal mercy rule here in the winners finals, because we are on the cusp of it at this point. Necto technically 1 away should it go to 9-3. So still not a whole lot of time left. We've seen how fast these bots can score, and from this position even, Element makes a crucial quick touch on it here. Take it away, and Necto has to play under some pressure. Good control. Takes it aside. It's heading that direction. Element, I mean, back against the wall here still, even if we don't hit that mercy roll. It's 5 goals in a minute, which is not unheard of in these bot matches, but certainly going to be tough against a bot like Necto.
Yeah, no, I think Necto's ability to get into the air a little bit more is definitely been a key. Like, look at this. Like, just takes it away. Just pauses, says, "Hey, Element, think about what you're doing." That was a good recovery from Element, but the ability to get up and confidently repost, confidently touch the ball in the air, has certainly helped Necto in a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, but Element playing around it.
Just aggression. Just give me the ball.
I mean, that's one way to cancel out the opposing bots, aerial abilities, is just not let them jump at all via the bumps. So it's a big bully strategy, but it works out really well for Element there. Still might be too little too late in this specific game, but it's nice to know that this is still close between them. Element again bullies another one out.
I'd be very curious to see if Element was given reward for. It feels like Element's given more reward for touching the ball than recognizing their opponents, because Element's like, I am going for this ball because I know when I get the ball I can score. I'm going through you to get it, and it doesn't look like demos were prioritized. It was just, no, I'm going to go through you. I need that ball. That's what it looks like, at least.
No, it definitely does. And you'd love to see that being down as well. Element trying to fight back, but it does look like it's going to be Necto closing things up and getting on a match point here. And again, we talk about expected results. Nice dribble, though. Come on, 0-second goal. We all want it here. Necto's a little awkward, so Element's going to try and take this to the other side, but it's too high. Ball hits the ground, and Necto's up to that 2-1 series lead here in this winter final.
And what I loved about that is we talked about a bit of shadow play. Necto was shadow there. Like, Necto didn't turn around to point nose towards the ball. They kept their nose towards their own in case they needed to jump to make a save. The shadow distance was a little wide. There was definitely a lot of space given to Element for that dribble. But it was interesting to see that Necto did have a bit of that shadowing gameplay going on. It is there. So the bots are maybe further than I initially thought. It obviously can be tightened up, but that's just more training time.
Oh yeah, definitely. As long as the foundation is laid there, then it certainly just, like you said, takes a little bit more training, which is, again, it's scary in a good way to think about that these bots are progressing so quickly here, because you think about everybody coming into this event as well, just talking about, like, look at the progress they've made in just the year since we've seen this event run, and think about what another year does to them if they're already at this level.
Yeah, again, anytime that ball is around the posts of the net, Necto's got a lot of confidence in how to react and handle that. So anytime it's there, I'd say Element has to be worried, but I don't think they have very many emotions.
Yeah, the process of being worried, not probably in the code itself for Element.
That'd be
but
cruel. Just to make the bots feel stress. No happiness or anything, just stress.
a stress that starts at 0 and then continually grows as you go farther down. That would be very, very cruel. Oh,
I wonder
my.
if you could add like fake level, like we could check in with the bots. All right, I wonder what this bot is feeling right now. Is it feeling happiness? Is it sad right now? Personal, give some personality to the bots. That'd actually be interesting.
What's it currently thinking about? What delivery food will it order at the end of this tournament? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, if we could just create a variable that's affected by, its rewards. Yeah.
Necto picks this one up at the top of the box. Really fast-moving play as well. And again, you see Element retreating really quickly here, but just getting a little too far away. Power Slide couldn't really save that situation. And Necto now with the 2-0 lead. I mean, we don't want to think about that Mercy Rule again, but this is giving me a little bit of flashbacks here. Element certainly shown the strongest potential here to take down Necto, but it's been 2 games in a row, and now it'll be 3 goals in a row. No saving that one away.
Now I'm going to assume no, because I don't know how the systems work. But they're not learning from these matches either. We're just applying what they've learned.
Yeah,
to these matches.
I am fairly certain, we can get confirmation on this as well, but I am fairly certain that there was a deadline to submit a finished version.
Okay.
Yes, so they are not actively learning from these matches that they are playing. This is the culmination of the work that they put in. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I had a feeling.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting if they could do that though, because again, I think them training on each other will be huge.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's interesting to look at as well, specifically on the updates. We had Impossibum in here in the booth earlier, the creator of Camille, and talking about how he had released a update for Camille for her seemingly right before this tournament, which can go both ways. It can be very beneficial as, it could bring much needed improvements to the bot, but it could also be detrimental because you could set it off of a playstyle that is working against the competition.
Well, Necto is working against the competition.
Yeah, Necto is surely doing so. Element that's a great read on that one, but the angle, you can't write that one off, and Element just needs to get back to that one faster, but might have just admitted defeat at that point. 4-0, and Necto's inching closer to that Mercy Roll, which would be quite a way to end this series, given how close it's been.
I'm intrigued there. Was that a bit of BM from Necto? Because Necto could have just put that in, and you'd think a bot that's rewarded for goals would be like, get that in the net for reward. But it just waited and let that roll on the goal line. Is that a little BM from Necto?
Potentially. Element collects that one at the bottom corner, but it's now I'm thinking about that too, because we've seen them stand off with the ball a couple times, but it's been out towards the middle of the field. I think that's honestly the first time. Well, a couple of times when these bots take shots from the middle of the field to an open net, they'll pull off because they know it's going in no matter what. But yeah, it's cool to see. It's like a little bit of personality that squeaks through there. They understand the shots in, so they just peel off like nothing happened.
Well, three goal lead. What am I talking about right now? 3 goal lead is definitely comfortable, but not guaranteed. Element almost had a breakaway there too. 2 minutes for just some straight shooters are definitely possible. There's a 4-goal lead though. Necto is definitely looking to solidify themselves as the most trained up bot right now.
Yeah, this is Necto's shining moment right now. This would be the 3rd game in a row, and everybody's eyeing up. I believe this would be our 2nd trip to Brazil, should it follow through. But surely Element finds this kickoff goal, of course, right down the middle of the field. Element's not going to go down without a fight.
Well, the good thing is that they're literally programmed to keep playing, so they will keep fighting. Element will not stop until that hits 0 on the clock.
Now that's the thing that I'd love to see. Since we have the 6-goal Mercy Rule, you get one of these bots in here that is programmed to forfeit the match once they go down by 6.
There you go. That's great.
And obviously, Element here keen to fight back. We've seen a couple of comebacks
Ooh.
in this series so far, and that's a good catch off of Necto's early jump. The demo comes through, but it's good enough to block the ball away for now, and Element's going to try and get back around to this one, but again, in classic Element fashion, not a whole lot of boost. Still gets the carry around, and Necto able to send it aside.
Yeah, that was a close save. That again, I think that's Necto's confidence around posts to be able to get that tight into the close, not get tripped up, and to make a goal line save like that. And again, Necto had a lot of space there because Element really favors that ground dribble game, and it gave Necto a lot of time to recover as Element tried to get that ball on top of their hood.
Yeah, just unfortunate early challenge positioning right there. That flip not going to do it, and not a whole lot of resources to get back. Necto, massive control. I mean, we've seen it all series long. It's so great to see the bots just on top of all these touches, keeping the ball so close when they need to, and the distance they create as well with these powerful shots. Like, they're not necessarily rolling every ball into the back of the net. They've got some real sauce on them.
Yeah, no, confidence is the hugest thing. They know when they're, because they can feel every single time, okay, the ball is at this specific spot on my corner of my car here. I'm going to flick right now, and it's going to be a super powerful shot. They know that. They've done it. They've been trained on that, and they can make those accurate and consistent predictions on what that ball is going to do. So the confidence in all of their shots from both of these bots is there.
And let's see. I guess we'll get confirmation soon enough as well as we've hit that 6-goal mark here, whether or not we continue on in this winners finals. Looks like we're going to play it out, which is nice to see. You want to see these bots continue on, but it will grow to 7 here. Necto gets up 9-2. I mean, obviously, if we're going to let him keep going, Necto's going to keep looking for those goals, and it's another kickoff that falls in its favor.
Yeah, that Necto's like, whatever, give me more. I like goals. I'll keep going. You don't want to forfeit, Element? I'm going to make you regret that decision.
Certainly. There's still 45 seconds to find some more. Dare I say, we get to the double digits here for Necto. It's looking pretty favorable here coming out of the corner. It's another back wall touch, and clean as could be. 37 seconds left on the clock, and Necto's up to 10. And we're going to start skipping through here to let Element have a little bit more grace falling down to the lower side of things. Still, you know, going to have a good finish in this tournament, but now a little bit of a test ahead to try and meet Necto once more in those grand finals.
It was a good save, though. One thing I have seen Element do a lot is get up on the sidewall. Usually not up past like the halfway mark of the walls, but Element is comfortable utilizing that wall, and that's what allowed that save there. But yeah, 7 seconds. I don't care how good your bot is. You're not getting 8 goals in that amount of time. And Necto, man, Necto, as we said, favorite going into this. Thought, okay, maybe that's not going to be the case. Element nabbed that first one, but then that Spaceman sweep coming out right after with Necto crushing the rest of the games, and confidently too. Like, those were dominant scores.
Yeah, that was a huge result there for Necto. I mean, you have to love how Element showed up to the series. Won the first game, got on everyone's radars because a lot of people, including myself, were thinking, you know, Element likely doesn't win this series, but how many games does it take away from Necto? Turns out a 3-1 result, but I still think we got an incredibly high-quality series between those two. But it is Necto sitting rather expectantly in that first grand final slot.
Yeah, no, that again, I would be, without seeing a lot of the rest of them right now. Necto, the fact that it's got dribble game, it's confidence around those posts, whether it's rolling in, whether it's bouncing off, a little bit of air game there. It can attack when moving to a defensive position, like having the ability to attack backwards essentially is a huge leg up as well on competition, because it can throw in a lot of uncertainty. I mean, like, so just those unexpected moves can definitely throw some of these other bots off. So yeah, I'm, looking at this, Necto, I mean, without much more information, to my favorite for now. That's for sure.
We'll have to see how Necto fares in that grand final when they eventually get there. But for now, I believe I'm going to throw it over to Terrahart here because we've got some lower bracket matches to kick off. And the first of those, the battle for who will fall to fourth place. Will it be Bottomus Prime or RLBot? Only time will tell.
That's right. Let's get Impossible and Mal here to carry us through the lower, and we'll bring you guys back for maximum final bracket hype.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Impossible here. Excited
I
to
am
see
also here.
Bottomus and RLBot kind of being counted out of this championship already. It's like, oh, you know, they're just here to play. But I think they're both very good bots, and I'd love to see one of them at least take it to the machine learning overlords at this point.
It's just showing how rigged it is that they've already discounted both
I know.
bots from making it.
Absolutely, you know, non-machine learning bots don't even have a chance. You know, we're not even going to talk about them. Let's just skip the match.
Yeah, we just see you in the finals, boys.
Yeah, that's right. But Bottomus Prime and RLBot are both very, very good hard-coded bots. There's been a lot of hype around RLBot lately. Just has very solid mechanics. He doesn't have much in terms of strategy, but he makes up for it in very good, clean mechanics. And
You can already
Bottomus
see
no slouch in the mechanics either, of course.
it's just absolutely both bots are slamming this ball away from each other, and it's just going both of the ways that they want, but none of them can find the shot opportunity so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a lot of nice touches that aren't actually going towards the net, unfortunately. But they're showing that they can hit the ball pretty good.
You can hit the ball. You just that's half of the battle. You've just got to get it on target next.
That's right. It's
As
all
RLBot
about aim after that.
Yeah, RLBot going the wrong way. He hasn't quite figured out the aiming bit, and I'm not entirely sure what Bottomus is up to. Just kind of
Bottomus is
away.
getting boost. If you don't see him, he's getting boost. That's what he does.
Bottomus just doing Bottomus things.
Yeah, pretty much. Both of them will go up for an aerial, and red
Oh,
own goal did there. Rather blatant own goal.
it's not what you want to see in the lower brackets. An own goal a minute in.
That's
It's been a very
unfortunate.
close match.
He just had to touch the ball. That is what RLBot is all about. Well, let's see who has the kickoff prowess here. I put that rather even, but Bottomus has the boost advantage.
RLBot with a slight aerial touch there gets himself onto offense with no boost and passes to Bottomus.
Yeah, gave Bottomus an open net there. He's going to waste the opportunity. Lucky for RLBot. Let's see if he can bring that downfield. Maybe get some boost.
I feel as though both bots are really struggling on offense right now. I don't know what it is, but they just can't seem to finish any of the shots. Although, as I say that, a lovely double touch off that back wall there.
That was a beautiful touch from RLBot. And I think it hit the nail on the head. They're not very good at setting themselves up for shots. They just kind of try to wing it. And it just worked out great there for RLBot. Was able to make a tough shot.
They get the setup, they can get the shot. It's just doing it that's the hard bit.
That's right. Just have to get the setup to happen. Nice little touch from RLBot there.
Bad position there from Bottomus, but luckily he can recover. Grabbing some boost.
Yeah, RLBot almost never has boost, which I think is what hurts him the most. Because if he had some boost to get around these balls, he can make something out of those little touches that he does.
Just to clarify, so far we've had 2 goals in this match, about to be 3, all 3 scored by RLBot.
Absolutely. Bottomus has not had a chance to really put it on net yet. I think RLBot is pretty much always just to the ball first, and whenever Bottomus does get a touch, he doesn't really have a clean look at the net.
Yeah, it feels as though Bottomus is keeping the boost in case it needs it, but the problem is when it needs it, it's not using it. And that's leaving it quite slow, but at the same time, it has the boost it needs. But a good save on the line. A follow-up shot's coming along, and Bottomus will easily defend it.
Absolutely. Bottomus isn't going to let one of those in.
RLBot just continually slamming on shots. It doesn't matter if your shots are on target. If you take enough shots, at some point, one of them will end up on that.
Yeah, pretty much. Just keep sending them, and eventually one of them has got to hit. is what it comes down to.
Yeah, especially if Bottomus isn't in the right position, just like that, and it will leave the net wide open for a slow rolling ball into the bottom corner.
And that's one of the things that can throw off Bottomus, is it always has to recalculate its path and figure out what it's doing. So you keep doing little tiny touches that throw off its calculations. It has to, sit there and refigure out everything again. And he slows down a lot as a result.
Yeah, whereas it seems RedBot much more decisive on what it's doing, but can cause it to overcommit too much, as it goes for plays that at the time look good, but by the time he's made it there, is really not a good shot.
I honestly don't know that RedBot has like an off button. I think he just goes. I'm pretty sure he's just like, can I get to the ball? Well, I'll aim for when I can get to the ball, and that's just what I'm going for it. I don't know how much opponent strategy factors into things with him.
If you can beat the opponent to the ball and it doesn't go horrifically wrong into your own net, then it can't be too bad.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's another goal maybe here.
Yeah, from the speed we were talking about. Some bots would have retreated away before even trying to read that touch, but RedBot just passes it off the corner, straight to itself and into the net.
As was being said earlier, RedBot doesn't get off the ball to go get boost. He just stays on the ball, and sometimes that is the best move. And you see, he's doing stuff with 0 boost very often and coming out on top. Bottomus
but there
has
is the flip side, because if you make a mistake with 0 boost, it's a lot harder to get back into defense.
Absolutely,
but a missed
recovery
shot
becomes
from
much harder.
Bottomus, it's just going to slowly roll back in.
RedBot again, no boost, just puts a shot on net. Bottomus continuously out of position here.
And that's not what we want to see from Bottomus if Bottomus doesn't want to get knocked out here, as we do have a mercy rule now that we're back in the lower bracket.
Well, Bottomus wants to hit his second place victory like he always gets. He's going to have to pick it up. RedBot's not making it easy for him. So here's a chance maybe. No, Bottomus didn't quite get around.
Almost a rule 1 there. That could have been a very interesting way to end the match.
Dangerous.
Ooh, and a shot there off the post. Another wide shot from Bottomus. This isn't the shooting we want to see.
Bottomus is normally so clinical with his shots, or he has it, figured out exactly, and he's just coming up with a lot of whiffs today.
RedBot missing a shot as well there. But Bottomus...
Their percentages are, bouncing a little bit, but most of the time it's high 90s to 100. They shouldn't be too off their game.
It's just, I think it's just whatever happened to the update that Darkseal did to Bottomus. Obviously, must be a throwing.
We have to blame the update, absolutely. That's why you don't work on your bots, people.
Look at self-driving car. Hadn't been worked on in 2 years, and look at it. It stayed in the top 8. Still is in the top 8, just not the top 1 anymore.
Yeah, he's not even like top 5 anymore or anything, I don't think. But he found something that worked and he stuck with it.
Going to be a slow rolling one, but RedBot doesn't want to waste any more time than he has to.
I think he's just running out the clock. Like if you wanted to see somebody run out the clock, that's what it would look like. He's bringing it back to his own side, just keep control.
He's just playing with his food now with Bottomus, just dribbles it away so that Bottomus commits and leaves him with a nice open net to shoot on.
And we've seen it a lot. Bottomus overcommitting, RedBot just doing that small touch to get it around him and just taking advantage of it.
Got another kickoff. This could be the decider. His game's already decided, but this could be the mercy rule decider if RedBot can get a fast offense off here.
He's been getting pretty close. It's on target.
And that looks like it could be it. Oh, Bottomus with a quick save.
Barely got there just in time. Let's see if RedBot's going to put another one on.
But it isn't going to be a mercy rule.
Oh, it's just 1 second away from getting mercied.
So, would have been so sad for Bottomus, but at least he can say it wasn't mercy ruled.
That is true. He got mercied out of the mercied.
And that means that we have now got another lower bracket run.
We have RedBot versus Element now, I believe.
I believe this is where we welcome back to the voice channel someone, I think. I've lost track of who's when, but I'm sure we welcome someone back to the voice channel about now.
According to my script.
Oh, there we go. Welcome back to the voice channel.
Hello, thank you for the
Welcome back.
warm welcome. Much appreciated. Great matchup as well there between RedBot and Bottomus Prime. I have to say my expectations a little bit tempered there. I had a little bit of faith in Bottomus Prime, but it looked somewhat shaky. I think Leaf and I were talking about it, and RedBot with some solid, again, very close to the Mercy rule as well. But now a big test against Element, one game away from making it to the grand final.
You know, a lot of people I think would have been surprised by that outcome because Bottomus has been such a strong contender for such a long time. But Redbot versus Element, kind of is Element the one who sent him down to the lowers, or am I misremembering?
So RedBot was sent down to the lowers by Necto.
Oh, okay, wrong ML bot.
Yeah, no worries. Element Element was the one who sent Bottomus Prime down here to the lower side of things. So a new matchup to this bracket.
That could have been some sweet revenge, but I guess we're not going to see it.
I almost sort of favor this one a little better as well, just to see, you know, as many different matchups as we can, especially with these two bots specifically, because I feel like, you know, RedBot coming into this event hyped up, at least to me, as the aggressor of the pack versus Element, who's been very controlling on the offensive pushes. I want to see how those two styles clash.
I agree. They're both actually very aggressive bots. Redbot pretty much never retreats, and he also has a lot of aerial prowess where Element is really weak to that. So see if he can take advantage.
Yeah, Element already forcing this to the back wall, but a nice touch. I like that one from RedBot. Doesn't have a whole lot of boost to deal with it, though. That lobby is
Maybe.
on, and no.
Oh.
Little awkward approach to the save, so Element gets the first.
I definitely think he could have saved that, but I don't really expect it too much from hard-coded bots. It was rough.
Yeah, it's not an easy ball to handle no matter how you slice it. So an
Absolutely.
unfortunate circumstance there, but hey, still plenty of time on the clock, and RedBot no stranger to finding some big victories here in the lower bracket runs, so surely well within reason. Oh my, dare I say we see this shot? That was a scary prospect, but unfortunately Element will convert on the other end.
It is so sad as a spectator to see Element ruin that, because that would have been beautiful.
That was I instantly perked up like, no way this is going to happen right here right now, because that was looking very beautiful, but unfortunately just let it slip. It looked like just had a little bit of struggle converting it towards that forward push. It stayed very horizontal from that sidewall angle, but still you had to like the look. Element though is gonna like the look of this third.
Element's, he's putting on some strong pressure early on, and Redbot's having trouble getting any kind of offense mounted, really.
Yeah, this is something where Element's control is really going to shine, especially if, like you said, RedBot is rarely going to retreat. Gonna have to at least do some of it here if Element's gonna be able to keep the ball so close, but this one's played back into the zone. Good touch there from RedBot to relieve some pressure.
Absolutely, bought himself some time. But now he's lost possession. That's on target.
Yeah, this is moving very quickly in one direction, and Element is absolutely fiending for that grand final rematch here against Necto. Will not be stopped. 3:49 left here. 4-goal lead. Honestly, what do you see as RedBot's path back into this one?
Not letting Necto touch the ball. That is pretty much the only way to keep Element from scoring at this point. Did I say Necto? I may have. Just don't let Element touch the ball, because the second he gets any control on it, he keeps control and he puts it on your net really fast.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens right there. It's the first touch. Element is immediately on the second and sends it to the opposite side, almost to add insult to injury here and just score that goal as quickly as possible. So it's been a valiant effort thus far for RedBot. Goes up high for this one. I believe that's wide of the net, but it's a good touch. Now racing for it here. It's another one. Still plenty of boost in the tank to try and stay relevant, but plays it to the side and now struggling with those same resources. Element, though, not immediately finding the touch, but there is the position. You don't want to give Element the ball, and RedBot is not going to take that aside. It's a quick 6-0.
Yeah, he was stuck in reverse. I'm guessing RedBot doesn't have half flip figured out, and Element just had too much speed to catch up at that point. It was looking kind of scary.
Yeah, so that is the 6-0 for Element. Very quick work. I mean, if you want to talk about a revenge plot here to get back into the grand final, Element has fulfilled that. But you have to give credit to RedBot here, coming out on top in the sense of hard-coded bots, and it's a great effort to get there as well. Had to make a little bit of a lower bracket run too. Went up against Camille there in that first matchup, won that 7-5, beat Bottomus Prime 7-2, and it stops here in third place. But huge effort there from RedBot, and a huge congratulations to the third place finish.
I have to agree. I mean, he's definitely finished top out of the hard-coded bots, and I think it's getting to the point now where hard-coded bots just can't really compete with the machine learning ones. It's just so much skill goes into it, and you can't develop a bot full time, which is what you would need to do to compete. So I think Code Red did a very good job on RedBot, and he should not be ashamed whatsoever.
Absolutely not. I am in full agreement there. But we now finally have a grand final to resolve, and it is the extension of the winners final here. Element, a very short trip down to the lower side of things, but making quick work of that, and now coming back up against Necto. And it's tough because not only does Element now have to take a series off of Necto, which he could not do the first time around, he's got to take 2 in a row. The bracket reset coming into full effect, so Necto's got 2 opportunities now to win this championship. Both best of 5 series. We could be in it for a long haul, or Necto could close it out very quickly. I feel like either result is very, very likely here, but I'm going to welcome Leaf back here to the booth, and we're going to wrap this tournament up. Huge grand final on the way.
Yes, sir. And this is what we were talking about just off screen as well. We're like, I wonder if either one of these, just watching, the hard-coded bots, like, do we think they can take Element? Like I would just feel like Element's too consistent and too confident in its scoring ability, and that's what you said. You're like, I think Element's taking this, and you're absolutely right. And it makes sense that both the machine learning bots ended up in the grand finals.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we spent a lot of time, Impossible Bum and I, talking about the great effort from RedBot to make it that far, and huge effort there to get to the third place spot. But the machine learning bots, like you said, reigning supreme thus far. Big test ahead of Element, though, to bring it back to Necto here in grand final fashion. Wouldn't it be just fantastic if we got to see a bracket reset? But I'm curious as to how feasible that is, because we also saw a little bit of opening up from Necto as the winners bracket final series progressed. I think Necto got increasingly more confident against Element here, but only time will tell. I'm really excited to see this one. I'd love for Element to come out and take another game 1 and, flip this thing from what people might expect it to end up as, but we're already underway grand finals.
Yeah, the last time they faced off, not too long ago there, Necto gave one away, but then confidently won all the other games afterwards with huge goal spreads. The last one being like 8 goals or something like that. Maybe we'll see a similar story, Element getting the first goal.
Yeah, and this is a fast push on offense here, sort of contradictory to what we've seen from Element all tournament long, where it's been that control, the carry from, dribbles or dekes looking for a flick towards the top of the box. But Element takes a fast one in, and, this certainly is not a lock for Necto. Gonna get a goal to equalize here, and that catch and collect every single time deep in the zone. It's fantastic to watch these reads. They're just in the perfect position. They've got the ball almost magnetically attracted to the car.
Well, you also look, that was the start of a ground to air dribble too, right? Like that's you're seeing elements from Necto of like there's no need for that. That could have just been a walk in, but Necto's like, I'm popping for this and I'm getting behind this as if I'm about to air dribble this one up. But I think it's just probably learned that keeping the ball higher off the ground is generally going to make sure that I keep control of it, because most of these other bots, except for the hard-coded ones, it's like, okay, they're sticking to the ground. I'm not going to be, and it's trained on itself. It's probably learned, hey, if I bring this to the sky, I can keep control of it a lot better. But it's interesting to see that air dribble starting now.
Yeah, it brings me back to that talking point that we've always been hitting with Necto here, and especially in the matchup against Element, just trying to utilize that aerial presence a little bit more, as Element's not too keen to it. Big flick though, again, in classic Element style, but Necto is obviously going to catch and collect this one. Sends it back into the middle of the net, so I mean, could have gotten a little unlucky there with Element's positioning quite close, honestly, to making a touch on that one. You like to see the hustle out of Element too, to get back and try and find the flip into that ball, but unfortunately just a bit too late.
I'm very curious what Necto's thought process was there, because the placement obviously would have been better on far post over to the right, but it put it right center, which was a lot closer. As you said, Element almost had an opportunity to save it. So I was curious what it's thinking in a moment like that when its opponent is that close.
Yeah, Necto slots this one 4-1. Game getting away a little bit, but Element certainly can try and bring it back. But yeah, it's a real interesting point, because again, you want logically to reach the conclusion that Element is just thinking, there's the ball, I need to get the ball. It's moving a little too fast, so the touch just doesn't come through. But it's one of the times that, you know, these bots sometimes on the defensive recoveries will move out towards the corners and then swoop in horizontally along the goal line, rather than trying to move directly to the opportunity. Nice read here, falling down from Element though, to get a goal back.
Yeah, against that confidence every single time. When it lines up perfectly on top of the car, it knows if I jump at this time, based on how fast that ball is coming towards me, then I can get a shot. And it's that confidence every single time. Confidence has definitely put Element out of position a lot of times, but when a shot like that is there, it's a goal for sure.
This is a juicy one as well, coming off the sidewall, but Necto's still there. Relevant. Element catches in the middle of the field. The flick is just wide, I believe, but Necto's put it in a little awkward spot, and Element wasn't too quick to jump to that one, so Necto will get an avenue out. Element backing up as well, does pick boost here, but be a tough save away. The flip is way too fast, and Necto, my goodness, it's really great to see that level of, I want to call it, awareness there. Element's gone, and Necto just turns that over to the near side rather than giving Element a look in at a save.
Yeah, no, again, what's separating Necto from Element is Element's got really solid flicks and dribbles and confident shots, but Necto has dribbles, air game, reverse play, shadow play. It's got so many pieces that over the course of time, I think are going to give it a win in a series like this every single time.
Yeah, like when you get to this sort of format, obviously we've had, you know, a bunch of best of ones where theoretically the outcome could go either side, but these bots finding each other over and over and over again, some results are bound to be a little more explosive than others, and Element's making a decent comeback here as well, picking this ball up. The control comes in full force as well, as these opportunities that find their way deep to the zone, bots have to be careful and make sure that they're in a relevant place to at least challenge the second touch, which is something that we saw some of the earlier hard-coded bots struggle with a little bit. All of a sudden, we're tied up here as Element finds another kickoff goal, and dare I say comeback.
Yeah, Element has been winning a lot of kickoffs. That goal just before, though, came from Necto making a mistake. Necto jumped in a situation that, you know, most players would say, okay, unless I can confidently hit this angle, this is not a safe thing to try to approach, try to attack. But Necto doesn't really have those reserves. Necto's like, I see the ball there near the post, I'm going to shoot it. I'm not thinking about my recovery at this point. So it gave Element what it needed, another kickoff, and as a result, another goal.
And with 2 minutes to play, Necto tries to put another one on, but Element's playing pretty well in shadow. That's some nice touches, 3 in a row. Gets the ball for a flick, but Necto turns it aside. It'll waterfall straight down. Can Element finish? Of course. Necto not there in time. And just the control from Element as well. They're calling it out the whole time, but turned it essentially from the middle of the field on an arc almost all the way around and then
What-
back towards the middle just to force that opportunity.
What I love is Element. Well, any of these bots don't have to. They don't have to worry about ball cam and the ball being above them and it being confusing, because for a human brain that can be disorienting, but for a machine it's well, it knows this is the position of the ball, this is my position, I'll just do these inputs. It doesn't have to worry about the ball being above it and confusing it.
Yeah, that's certainly very helpful. I feel like that's also where we see a couple of the backwards plays come out. They may not always work, but the bots just have that ability to be so aware of their position to the ball where, you know, human players staring up at the ceiling, they're not necessarily going to see the attacker who's coming in for a shot, but Element forces a deep challenge here and all of a sudden out to a 2-goal lead. We've seen plenty of back and forth just in this first game. A little deja vu as well of the first time these two met in this bracket as Element blocks another one away. Nearing that final 60 here, and Necto with some deep control, slow play, a little collisions there back and forth, but
Yeah.
Element takes away another.
It's interesting though that Element didn't go for the boost in the corner there. You know, that was especially as a dribbler, you know, you're going to want to be able to move around quicker. Like if someone's at you, you want to use more boost if you get a straightaway like this. And it didn't go for the boost. It had 12 boosts in the corner before. I mean, it's still getting goals, but it was interesting that it chose not to get the boost that was right beside it when it was still on the path of the ball.
Yeah. And that play specifically, I feel like what's happening with Necto here in game one has often carried the ball towards the back wall. This one does find its way into the bottom corner off the kickoff. So 2 in 40 seconds, not impossible, but Necto a lot of times has been taken to the back wall here with Element still very close to the ball, but the ball comes off before Necto does on that back zone. And obviously Element, with the level of control that Element has displayed, it's a tough look to give opportunities like that away. Bottom corner finish for Element, gets that 3-goal lead right back.
Yeah, I mean, the kickoffs are just really strong for Element. So if Necto can get a lead and then not hit kickoffs, even if it's just no scoring for a while, then it should be able to take it. But the kickoffs for Element are really strong. It's interesting because both of them generally take just a front flip approach to it, but it seems that Element manages to get its wheel on the ground a little bit sooner than Necto a lot of the times. And that's what's giving it a lot of advantage off those kickoffs.
Yeah, and just staying grounded as well. I mean, that's going to be Element's strong suit here, because we've called out Necto's advantage in the air plenty of times during this tournament, but Element has that control to get to this ball a little bit faster. A little bit of an awkward touch. It's goal on the other side, and Necto,
Own goal?
I believe so. I mean, it's a beautiful shot off the read, but I don't think that's the intention there, Element. Almost as if you could see Element realizing that was a big mistake.
Yeah, I think one thing that can become to disadvantage for Necto jumping, I mean, that 2 goals before this, we saw Necto jump to make a block, but then that put it out of position, because once you're in the air, now you're at mercy of that momentum unless you try to boost the other way. But that can put you out of position, right? If you're jumping too much, and that's just advice to give to any player, human player too. It's just if you're jumping too much, that can put you out of position. And that has happened to Necto a couple times. At the same time, Element also has the disadvantage of that if that ball is above it and a little bit too high, Necto sometimes takes that away and gets goals as a result. So they both have weaknesses here. And it just happened to be that Element just had a ton of kickoff wins that just resulted in immediate goals right after. That's why the scoreline's so high, 11-7. So if those kickoffs don't go in favor of Element, I still do think Necto is favored to win this. We saw Element take game one in their previous series. So
Yeah, this is right in line, essentially. A little bit more of a goal differential this time around in game one, but this is about the time where Necto turned things around. And I know we give credit to Element getting a lot of kickoff goals, but there's that aerial prowess
That's what I
for
was
Necto
talking
in
about.
this matchup coming in. Like that's exactly, because I feel like when you look back at game number one, you see so many times where Necto missed the offensive push in such a drastic way that Element could just walk it back the other side. So if Necto connects with a couple more of those touches, then certainly is a little bit more dominant on the offensive side.
yeah, when that ball is about 3 car lengths above Element, Necto can't really do anything about it. And then this is the other side of it. I'm glad they're both showing their weaknesses off here. Is that Necto likes to jump at the ball a lot, and when Necto jumped there, Element got the flick pass. Necto's out of position, whereas another player might fake challenge that, like a human player at this point might fake challenge that, turn away, and then they could challenge Element's flick afterwards. So both of them showing their weaknesses for those first goals, which is why it can go both ways, and a lot of these goals are coming down to these 50-50s.
Oh yeah, it is really interesting when you bring that up as well, specifically with Element's flicks too, because there are many ways that Necto could go about challenging them, but every single time it seems to be that early challenge. If it's that big miss, Necto is completely out of it, and then you start to ask yourself, the shadow defense as well, which is not exactly an easy thing for any of these bots to pull off consistently. Is that something that Necto can rely on, or is there another answer that comes through? I think that Element, finding a lot more of those solid flicks will certainly open things up. But speaking of Necto, oh my, what a touch out of the flick there.
Well, and to kind of answer your question about the shadow, it really did help before. I mean, Necto avoided all boost, had 6 boosts in the tank before when Element had possession, and then managed to shadow the play perfectly to make a save that eventually turned into this play. So the shadow play is a hugely important element that I think Necto has also a slight advantage on.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, as a very nice read on this save, and surely it's there in time. Beautiful display there to get to that ball. A little bit of, hidden pressure, I'd say, in an opportunity like that, but we've seen these bots do so well with the balls that are carrying themselves across the goal to convert them back the other way when they're moving with a lot of momentum. But Necto cleans up there, back to, I feel like we, again, had this 3-goal lead early arise for Necto in game one, but Element, now the task is on to come back here, make this an interesting one. We know it's going to be, no matter what, but... yeah.
Necto is the greatest player ever. He hit open net. Can't do that. We're already doomed.
Yeah, I touted earlier about all of the grand plats that may watch this footage and think that they can take these bots, but I'm telling you, if not now, very soon, they're gonna be rivaling even the best of anyone out there. So Necto, the finish. There it is.
This is what we're used to seeing. Necto says, "All right, here, have game one," but now it's GG. Out of my way. 4-goal lead.
No respect there for Element, which we've seen come into play a couple of times, and still debating whether or not that's a byproduct of the awareness to take the defender out of there, or if it just becomes, I want ball, you're in the way of ball, get out of the way of my ball and my goal. So Element, that's a nice catch though, to send this one to another defenseless net, and 2-5, under 3 minutes to play. So the Element comeback could be in store potentially, but I mean, you can't deny Necto is certainly playing a bit stronger in the early moments of this than the previous game.
It is interesting too, though, that one thing that it seems that these bots have learned first, because they both have it in common, is the dribbling. So if that's a sign for any new players out there to get learning your dribbling, that's it right there. Because both these bots think that's an important thing to master.
Yeah, they've certainly become very strong at it, but I want to call out here on this goal. I mean, look at the speed on that touch. Granted, it's a byproduct of what looked like an attempt to also start up a dribble as well, and I think that specific angle just slingshots the ball forward. But I like seeing that added speed to Element's offensive push. It's not something that we've seen very often, but I think it's a big difference maker here. Necto denies another flick, though. No boost. Still the catch collect, and oh
What a
my
save.
goodness, what a save from Element.
But thankfully for Element, that ball was close enough to the ground that it could confidently make that flick. Because if it was any higher, it would have flipped and missed. So yeah, Necto's best times are when that ball's a little higher. Element definitely controls, the 1 to 3 car length kind of height range off the ground.
Yeah, and that's a huge goal to score too on the counter as well. Just take it away from Necto. Kickoff is in Element's favor, but no real resources here to push the ball fast enough for that challenge. 2 minutes to play though, and this game 2 not as convincing as the previous time around in Necto's favor. Still holding on to that 1-goal lead, but a flick surely priming up. Necto saves it aside and keeps that lead for now, but as time continues to tick down, it certainly looks like Element has a good amount of control here in the offensive zone.
Yeah, it was interesting. I expected that flick to come out a little sooner to get a bit more height on it, but it just went for like the straightforward flick. I'm just trying to look out patterns that I've seen now. So if I ever come across these bots, I can take them down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is, we talk about machine learning for the bots to get better at the game. We're doing a lot of learning. This is a learning experience. I got my notepad ready. I'm like, all right, if I ever match up against Necto, this is what I'm gonna do.
You don't want to lose to the bot, right?
Oh yeah, no way. There's no way I could lose to them. My pride would be destroyed. But in a good way, I think. In a better way for the community. Maybe not for me. I'd probably need to go dark on socials after that happened. But for the betterment of the RLBot community.
I'm assuming all this code runs in like an isolated thing. Like you can't throw these into ranks.
No, of course not. Yeah, of course not. No. There were some special hoops to jump through just to get or just to obviously in cooperation with Psionics. Like they are fully aware of what's going on here, but obviously terms of service come into play whenever you start to think about online. So that's not happening. Yeah,
that's fair enough. It'd be interesting to actually play against these bots. Hey, still a minute left. Element's not out of it yet.
Absolutely not. Don't want to write this one off at all. And I feel like, if there ever was a tournament, because I feel like I'm not sure if you've done this specifically, but I've made plenty of calls to the fictitious script writers during casts about, just trying to make series last as long as possible. If there ever was a tournament where script writers would come in, I would kind of hope it would be this one, where we get a full bracket reset, all 10 games, the overtime lasts like 30 minutes or something like that, just for the content.
How many years until we're essentially at tool assisted levels of play from these bots?
Oof. I don't know. I feel like I want to try and assign some sort of static value to the growth, but I feel like at a certain point you hit the exponential side of things where it just skyrockets with a big new discovery. I feel like it could be a lot sooner than we anticipate. But as we wind down here, 15 seconds, Element searching for the equalizer, and it's there. Dare I say we have a game 2 overtime looming. I mean, 11 seconds is plenty of time for either of these bots. Nice little donuts around. Oh, beautiful.
I don't know if that was a fake. That definitely looked like I just hydroplaned off the highway kind of maneuver.
Oh dear, Necto's collected this one now, and right off the kickoff, we're back to that 1-goal lead for Necto to equalize. Still laughing at this, the fact of them hydroplaning around. But
That was a wide turn. All right, we'll see. Kickoff though, Element's definitely had a lot of luck on these ones though. That'll buy the time. Oh, unless Element's good at dribbling, this could stay up. No, okay, didn't get under in time.
yeah,
There it
I
is.
wanted it to, but not to be. Necto evens up the series. Very, very close game though. Incredibly close. 1 goal difference. I mean, back and forth the whole time. Again, we got to that point where Necto had like that 3-4 goal lead earlier on, and Element fights its way back in. So it's incredibly close matchup. Certainly the 2 strongest spots the day of for this tournament, and that's what you love to see.
Yeah, no, that having it close, like, because we saw the blowout. Excuse me, in the finals, we saw Necto just crush it in those 3 games after Element took 1. So keeping it close and having be able to cheer on people, be able to cheer on the bots, just makes it entertaining. You always want that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to see everybody with their favorites and cheering everybody on. Like,
Necto's taking control of these kickoffs now, though.
yeah, it's a scary prospect for Element surely as we continue. It's what I like, because like so many of these bots have like that set plan on kickoff. What I really like about that plan is the swing back in that they take. Like it's not that direct line on like a front flip or even like a direct line on a speed flip or something like that. They try to swing back in and get the hit almost like straight onto the net. Sometimes even delaying their touch to the kickoff so that they're the second person and they get, better contact with it into the other zone. So it's really interesting to see the kickoff dynamic continue to play.
I just want to point out in that last goal there for Element. It happened because Necto actually doesn't go up the wall at all. Like Necto had an opportunity to go up a little bit on the wall, but there was none of it. I think Necto during its training just hasn't had scenarios where it's needed to be on the wall. It's like, oh, well, I can just aerial for most of my problems. And it started learning that. So it's interesting to see how the paths, even starting at 0, diverged from each other at those points. We don't see Necto drive on the wall at all. Element, however, goes up halfway confidently with no problem. But that is why that goal went in.
And every single time we talk about, the differences, and if this were, a human matchup, we talk about the strengths and weaknesses that the players would look to capitalize on in further moments of the series. Like, that's something that when these bots, like, if they train against each other, you're really interested to see. Oh, that is a nasty flick. Element, well done on that one. 3-1 lead. Just look at this. The control early. Necto jumps for it, completely out of it.
Yep. Again, ground game. That ball is a couple car heights off the ground. Element is definitely I'm calling them the victor in any of those challenges. Necto doesn't know when to fake challenge, right? Necto, I think, again, another thing, because Necto trains against Necto, and a lot of those touches end up going in the air. Necto jumps at a lot of these challenges because it probably works against itself. That if I jump towards this, because usually I will bring this up, then that's why it's jumping at the ball line. And so ground-based AI like Element is easily going to be able to keep it low and just win a lot of these challenges. So it's just interesting to see how playing against yourself ends up causing these habits that can be punished. That was a great flick.
That's beautiful. I'm like, I'm sitting there thinking, like, what's the minimum rank of a player that's sitting in front of that flick that's actually going to save that in a ones match, like logistically? Because it seems like it's a lot higher than people might anticipate, but it's another scrappy play here that Necto scores on. And you talk about the strengths of these specific ones. Called out, Necto specifically for getting the ball off the back wall before the actual car itself, and obviously plenty of time with Element out of the equation on that one. But it's an avenue here, and just cycling back to that point I made earlier about, and you as well, with these bots testing against each other off the near post. Oh, that's unlucky for Element there. The bump sees it into the back.
A pool shot own goal. I love it. I mean, Yeah, I mean, Element. That's what I've said about Element. Element almost just doesn't see its opponents on the field. It's like okay, there's the ball, go to ball. It doesn't think of the repercussions of driving straight through your opponent.
Yeah, we saw probably the most blatant one Element earlier on in the tournament. Just a complete bump. I believe it was on Bottomus Prime, if I remember correctly, but just the trajectory was right into the ball for a fantastic own goal. But yeah, the control, beautiful there. Element gets back up to a 2-goal lead. Full pitch effort as well, and under the bump too.
Yeah, that to be able to recover like that, like to punish an overcommit that confidently is, I mean, we all know how hard it is. We've talked about it. Those open nets, they're near impossible. You got a chance for for a counter like that. You know, of course, the consistency is going to be there for the bot. So it's very impressive to watch Element just get these, you know, these side flips to keep so much control of this ball. And there's that air game though. Second, Necto brings that ball, you know, again, 3 car heights off the ground. Element is out of its element. It flips, but it can't do anything because Element just doesn't play that aerial game at all. So if Necto just brings it up, boom, that's a goal.
Yeah, and that sequence itself is just Necto carrying the ball on a whole nother horizontal plane separate from the ground. So there's really no good look for Element even in the retreat, but a good capitalization on that one. Again, you know, a decent amount of pressure here from Necto, not immediately headed to the goal line, still looking for challenges, but Element finds the shot anyway, and beautiful placement to boot. So interesting conversion there from Element. It's been a couple goals now under some pretty intense pressure from Necto, but still with that 2-goal lead, and with time dwindling as well. I mean, oh, there's the control though from Necto again, deep in the box, and back to that 1-goal difference.
Yep. No, again, Necto around those posts. It's a GG for you. Necto knows how to deal with those side walls, the side posts. Whether it's a rebound, whether it's a bounce, being able to turn in and get a goal. Necto's done it almost 100% of the time.
Element, scary position. Necto went all the way back and turns around. Does get it though. Interesting. Wasn't quite sure if Element would be able to send it to the opposite side. I believe Element's right side at that point. Now another look. The control is well barred down. It's still there, and the tap is home. 2-goal lead.
And because of Element's grounded nature, Element can turn around so quickly. Oh yeah, look at me. There's the ball. All right, I'll turn around the other way. 500 IQ using the lip of the goal to trip so that your car turns a little bit faster. That's 100% what happened, right?
Yeah.
5,000 IQ.
Yeah, exactly. 5,000. It's always the IQ is off the charts with these two right now in everything that they do. Even the bump own goals. I mean,
my god. Do it.
Listen, I mean, you can't even say that's a lower, even medium IQ play. Like, look at that. That's beautiful.
Again, I do wonder how much of it was Necto saying I need to get the ball, and how much of it was it saying I need to get the bump.
Yeah.
These bots have a mission, and sometimes their paths cross.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is collision between these two cars. As much as they'd like to just pass right through and go only for the ball, but I mean, still, you show that play to anybody, and it's such a well executed one. Element, nice shot here though, and not going down without a fight. Still going back to that 2-goal lead. Look at the turn as well.
Again, that grounded nature. Element has a lot more. Can stay close to the ball without putting itself out of position. You'll actually find Element rarely out of position far on the other side, like the wrong side of the ball, because it doesn't jump as much, right? You know, there's some of these side flips here that does, but Necto I find out of position way more often because of those jumps.
Yeah, the comparison is really easy to draw in that sense, because when you stay grounded, you know, wheels on the ground as long as possible, you've got that control over your positioning so much better, where we've seen Necto go for a lot of earlier challenges that Necto just flies by and has to spend that much more time recovering in a tournament where we have had questions about the defensive recovery of all of these bots. So that is clearly a distinct advantage that Element is holding right now.
Nice kickoff. Was that an angle kickoff? So I found one thing Necto does on angle kickoffs is it comes in a bit more straight, and it wins those every single time against Element, because Element side flips on those angle kickoffs, and Necto front flips straight. Like, I think it side flips too, but it's side flips straight through with its momentum. And it wins a lot of those angle kickoffs when it's coming from the left angle.
And one left for Necto to find to equalize, but yeah, that's kind of what I was touching on too, with that turn in to almost hit it towards the net immediately. I feel like the intention there as well is to almost be the second person to hit the ball on kickoff, because you take your opponent's momentum of their hit and try and push it immediately back into your offensive zone. So I feel like that's working really well for Necto. Oh dear, equalizer in tow here. The finish is there. We're tied with 34 to go.
It was close, but again, it's a post, and I'm like, all right, Necto's got this. It's gonna come off the post. Necto reads those so well. But I forgot I was going. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence.
Yeah, no worries. It's like, it's just so interesting to see this develop. Big block there from Necto as well. 30 seconds on the clock, and Element is right where he wants to be, but he's got to turn around with this one quickly, and no real boost to get in front of it. Big block. Could fall right to Necto. They're both going for a catch. They both wanted that instant control in the middle of the field, but it falls back to the corner, and Necto's a little too far forward. Element's going to walk this one back, and that's going to be the leading goal with 7 to go.
It's just so it's like someone set up one of those like electric dog fences just around the perimeter there for Necto. Necto's like, I can't go higher than this on the wall. What are you talking about?
It's so accurate. Just forced to almost watch that one. Element kickoff goal here potentially. No, blocked off, but does Necto have the power here? Element might have actually gotten a bump to seal that one, but it's Element on match point now, threatening to go into that bracket reset territory. Another 1-goal game as well.
Yeah, that and again, it was its ability to go on the wall. That definitely got it. Excuse me, the dub there on that one. I'm actually going to keep an eye out for the left diagonal kickoffs. I want to see if Necto gets another goal off that kickoff the next time we see diagonal. So keep an eye out for that. I want to see if that's like 100% thing, because I've seen it a lot already.
Yeah, it's definitely worth looking into, because I feel like, with these bot makers very openly declaring that there is, a set plan for kickoff, it's one of the few moments I feel like in these matches where there's not a whole lot of variability right down the middle of the line. Profit right there. My goodness.
Yep, it's the left diagonal kickoff. It wins Necto gets a goal every single time on those.
I could not have been more straightforward than that. Like, right down the middle. It's beautiful. And I've got the other diagonal as well, just for comparison.
No, it usually goes sideways here. Yeah, Necto usually wins it to the right on that one. These kickoffs actually are, now we're watching more, have started to look almost predictable.
Yeah, which is really cool, honestly, because, it just comes what happens after that. Necto finishes up on a second here, but yeah, like, it's kind of cool viewing that variability of what these bots are doing, sort of jumping up as soon as you get a little bit of distance away from the kickoff, because obviously if it's ending up in the same spot, they won't always approach the second touch the same exact way, but it's just a matter of how quick do we jump that slider up to full neutral game between these two.
It's too high for Element. He's looking for the rebound, but again, that ball gets a little high. What a save, though. Element just getting bumped around and still recovers. All right, bring it up the wall. It's free game for you, Element. And again, that'd be an interesting thing, again, if they were able to learn from match to match. I don't know if that'd be enough data for them, but like, I feel like that'd be interesting to see them both adapt to each other mid-series.
Oh yeah, because like again, we've talked so much about what Necto's doing better than Element and vice versa, but every single time we go into these matches, like you said, like you just want Element to carry this ball up the wall, in the same way that you want Necto to, be a little more confident on these aerial movements, but still, the confidence is there. I mean, that's a nice touch. It is wide of the bottom corner, but if these bots do get to test against each other, that's certainly a possibility. Element gets the first, though, so
Yeah,
not a complete runaway.
That was a ballsy move. Putting that one off the post towards her own net to make sure that you can recover and get a goal. But hey, it paid off.
We've got the straightforward kickoff as well. The last ones before we cycle back through. And we'll have to see if the theory goes 2 for 2 here in game number 4 of the series. My goodness, what an effort there from Element.
I want to see. It's interesting because it looked like Necto was expecting that ball to keep going the other way. It tried to recover. That almost looked human. In all honesty, that the way that cut came in and then Necto had to react to it because it looked like it was planning for that ball to keep going the other way. Interesting.
And we see this kickoff again go pretty favorably in Necto's side of things, but not on target this time around, so not an immediate goal. But yeah, you bring that up. I mean, that's something that Element's been doing really well all tournament long as well, is those cuts, those very quick movements from the side to the center. And the own goal comes out yet again to strike and tie us up. I mean, it's a good push here, but just an unfortunate need the ball and winds up in the back of your own net.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a near impossible one to save regardless, but hey, yeah. Next is like, it's going in anyways. I want credit for the goal.
Sometimes you do have to, just make that statement. Again, we go back into the theoretical emotions of these bots and just how much they want to mentally exhaust their opponent. But Necto, I mean, beautiful touch from the corner as well, and just completely still at the start of it, but manages to speed up and finish that one off.
The speed that he got off of that touch was very, I did not expect that.
Just like that, Element equalizes again. Plenty to play for, but with how close this series has come down to be, and Element on match point as well, it's gonna be really interesting because Necto has to find 2 in a row just to hold off this bracket reset.
Yeah, the head-on kickoffs tend to go in Element's favor, I find. There's another one.
Yeah. Oh, good takeaway though, yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a goal. Counter. Oh, no!
I held my breath. I wanted to agree with you so bad, but I just... A couple of times it's been right at that near post. That's probably the most egregious of how close it's been, but still, another look here.
Oh, no.
Tough finish to make.
Necto shooting accuracy. A little aggressive.
Opportunity, though, to turn with this one. 9 boost. It's a lob that might just squeeze its way in, and a little help from Element won't hurt.
Again, if Element... Because I don't see Element make backflip, like bicycle kick saves, but backflip there would have gotten that ball flicked out. Yeah. But I haven't seen Element do that ever, I don't think. I don't think it's... I think there was one time where it could have done it, and it front flipped instead.
Yeah. Because I think on that specific movement, I think Element's idea is a catch and dribble that probably turns around towards the middle of the net, which wouldn't really have worked out very well regardless, but it was a tough position to pull that play from anyway. And Necto now putting on a real good flick to get a 6th.
Diagonal left? Diagonal left. Let's see if it happens.
Let's see.
Yep. Every time.
I mean, it's routine at this point. My goodness. Just absolutely nailing that angle there.
Every time. And then do we hit a right diagonal on this? So I think the ball usually shoots out to the right side on this kickoff. We'll see if this one's predictable as well. Yep.
It really is.
Every time.
I mean, we should expect it, to be honest, but it's just it's cool to see at any point here. Element, oh, that's a tough one. Yeah, not a whole lot of juice on that, and Necto does have the power to take it aside, but Element goes up and gets beat. That is a perfectly accurate shot, and Necto's starting to run away a little bit, potentially bringing us to a champions field, which would be a pretty nice sight to see for these two bots.
What a challenge, though. That was a diamond level play. Diamond players just challenge you even when they probably shouldn't, and they usually get rewarded for it.
Element, yeah,
Straight
not going
on.
down without a fight.
Yep. That was the head-on kickoffs. Element wins.
Okay. I like it. I've got to keep mental note of this too, because I have no reason to doubt it at this point. And we've got another somewhat head-on one.
There is a bit of variability in these head-ons, but it's usually Element winning them. Yep.
Like, yeah, it's just straight up Element wins it, which is it's weird. I'd be curious to look back and see some sort of a percentage, like for example the right-handed diagonal kickoff where it usually shoots out to the right, the percentage of who scores after that kickoff no matter how much time it's been, and see if that has any sort of value. I might be grasping at straws, but just to see if that has any weight to it.
Was that in?
Ooh.
Nice shot. It's nice because then we break away from those couple predictable kickoffs, and then we're back to the bots having to actually make plays.
Yeah, which is like obviously, past the kickoffs that have been somewhat neutral, as this one again goes in Necto's favor, but that cursed near post just really throwing a wrench in the plans, and Element will get this ball out to the side wall. Necto goes for the early challenge and does connect, albeit it was a lot more grounded than it usually is, so Necto with a bit of an easier time taking that one aside. Element now, how far up the wall do we go? We go all the way to the ball. Don't quite make contact as it's a little too far away, but 3 goals to find. It gets stopped out of that fantastic scoring opportunity. That's going to be the 10th, and Necto looking to force a game 5.
Yeah, this is even with kickoffs. If we get the back and forth kickoffs here, it's still gonna Necto's still gonna come out with the goal lead here. Here's a right kickoff, so it should go right. Yep.
I like it every single time.
Oh no, the own goal!
Oh no! A deviance from that kickoff is Element. Again, great read off the sidewall, but a little colorblind.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because it's a physics game. It's not going to be perfect and the exact same every single time. Like the way that ball is spinning may change on how it bounces off the wall, right? So the small variations every single time can lead to. That's why Element end up having an own goal on that one.
Yeah, but a good pickup here off of one of the kickoffs, and 4 in 21, especially when I feel like we have 2 straightforward kickoffs coming up now, or at least this one, but does not go in Element's favor this time around. Necto's going to have that, and no boost, no problem. That's likely going to do it. Large goal differential here, bordering on that mercy rule, but Champions Field in our sights.
We'll see. Maybe. We guess look at the head-on kickoffs. I think it's 5 goals. It could happen, but no. Okay. No,
there we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's cheap.
Yeah, good touch away from Necto. That's surely going to do it. There may even be a 20th coming, regardless of who scores it. But fact of the matter is, Necto has clutched up here in a large fashion. And yeah, we are going to Champions Field. This might not even be the last game between these two, because Element still, Necto has 2 lives in this. And, this game could go either way. We've seen now, big results in both sides, and one goal games go both sides as well. So we've seen a little bit of everything, and for it to all come down to this, essentially, it's very hard to pick a winner.
Yeah, it is interesting because again, besides those predictable moments on kickoffs, you can certainly see patterns in like, okay, in this scenario right now, I know this bot's about to get a goal because the ball's in this position, and we've seen that, and we know that they're strong at that. But there is a lot of variability in between it, and that's why we've seen, okay, they actually almost balance each other on these kickoffs. It's usually 2 and 2 on a cycle of kickoffs, so 2 goals per a piece, and it'll be it's the in-betweens that change it up. There's enough variability that we're seeing, like, these close games or these blowout games, and not the same thing every single time.
And I still love we cycle back to this idea of confidence for these bots, and on that specific opportunity, I feel like a human player's inclination in Necto's position would be grab the back boost and put their opponent in an awkward spot rather than try to shoot the ball at 0 boost, because the risk of letting that opportunity go is far greater, I feel like, than a bot might account for. But it's still, great to see. And Necto, again, just getting so confident here on offense, running through Element. It goes back again to the other idea of not necessarily paying attention to the opponent, just see ball, score ball.
And now the score is 3-0.
Yep. I'm just gonna let that one ruminate, because there's I knew it was coming, but it just, it's just a guarantee at this point. Necto just, it's really cool to recognize that trend though, and just see how Necto has that on lock. And cycling back to the whole, if they train against each other, what does Element do differently on that kickoff, which historically has been a very set dynamic for these bots to make that not be the outcome.
Yeah, and again, there is some variability, as I said. Like, we just saw the right diagonal there, and the ball kind of went to the right, but it didn't shoot out like it normally does. So, there is variability. It's not perfect every single time, but Necto is starting to run away with this game. We've seen these leads before, and now there's definitely a couple goal opportunities here for Element because it's the head-on kickoffs, but it definitely is looking like Necto may come out the victor and prevent this bracket reset.
Yeah, this is a strong 4-goal lead to hold. Like you said, we've seen these comebacks. I'm gonna go on the assumption that we're in grand finals here. We're gonna give Element a shot to come back because we've seen these comebacks. I don't know if I necessarily feel right with Mercy killing Element in this matchup because it's been such a high quality one, but it's just wild to see this outcome right now. Granted, we are just over a minute into game 5, but off of the close series that we've had, Necto seems like he can do no wrong right now.
Yeah, it at all.
Wow. Absolutely. It's like, a 6-0, 337. That's arguably faster than some of the round 1 matchups were. I'd have to go back and see just how fast Necto did it to Broccoli Bot in the first round. But my goodness, I mean, again, we can only talk about the comeback for so long. Element will collect this one on the classic 0 boost and gets the challenge to go, but the crossbar is not Element's friend in that one, and Necto sends this back. Element does have time to take it aside though, but not the greatest touch. Necto, fortunately for Element though, a little too close to that back wall yet again, but the pressure remains. Necto's just dancing all over this one. Misses the early challenge though. An Element using that sidewall prowess a little bit to its advantage. First goal in Element's favor, and don't count him out just yet.
Yep, no, that helps. The second that ball gets up there, Necto has no idea what to do. So we may hit a Brazil.
Yeah, it's definitely possible here.
Wow, it's a Brazil.
Oh,
Did that one
might be
not
outside the
win?
corner.
Wow.
Oh, Necto. Oh,
Oh,
okay. So
spicy.
yeah. We may get there. Just a little. All right. Well,
Okay, it took
there
some
it
time.
is. Yep,
Detour.
yeah. Just had to keep us on the edge of our seats. It wouldn't be a fun plane ride if we just got there instantly. You know, we had to have some in-flight entertainment, of course.
Some turbulence and barrel rolls.
Yeah, exactly. Par for the course when you're taking that flight. Now, the question is, do we go straight from Brazil to Barcelona? I mean, we might be one step of the way there if Necto finishes this one.
Yes.
Now we just need the element. I mean, that kickoff, which one was that? A diagonal or straight on?
I actually can't remember.
I mean, if we've got three, there's
I think it
three
came from
straight
right
on
there.
kickoffs, so probability is in our favor, and it's going to be a relatively straight on one. So, come on, element, you know what to do.
He knows what to
There
do.
it is. There it is. Delivered. I love it. Absolutely.
Brazil straight to the Barca.
It's beautiful. Love to see it. Taking every worldly destination. Are there any other ones out there? Not too well versed in the other scoreline options.
I think I don't think so.
Yeah, that's fair. But regardless, half of the game 5 remaining, and Element still not out of this one, but the window is certainly closing bit by bit, and Necto absolutely dismantling it with speed, aggression, and a goal to boot.
Yeah, we're about to hit double digits here. Again, Necto's air game, just super strong. The second that ball is too high for Element, Necto's there, and as long as Element has any kind of space from Necto, then Necto's got a goal.
Yeah, it's very, very evident. 8-goal lead now built up for Necto, just opening up so many opportunities. Element, just the decision to go for the early challenge there. Never really been one to get back into too solid of a position on that shadow sense as Necto. I mean, the kickoff, again, it's going towards that far post, so tough finish here, but it plays out almost mirror to that goal that we had for the 7-1, like pretty much the exact same spot. This time, though, Element comes out with it and at least gets one back, so hey, plenty of time to play.
That looked like Element's first goal. Again, just up the wall, and Necto trying to recover.
Yeah. It's that pattern recognition. You've got me on it, and now I can't stop looking out for it because it is so interesting. Like from a standpoint of trying to figure out the thought process.
And this is something that I think as these bots get trained a little more on is that they'll start to recognize, oh, I have to throw in unpredictability. They might do something erratic, whether it's even just a wiggle back and forth. Again, that's what essentially with human players a fake challenge is, right? You're trying to throw in the unpredictability of, okay, am I going to challenge them or not? The uncertainty there is what can make the opponent falter, and those become necessary elements to playing, is those uncertainties and those erratic moments.
I love this accuracy though that we've seen. It has not been often that we've seen some open net misses. The misses that we've seen, we've noticed them because they've been a little egregious, but I feel like when you're hitting open nets as solidly as these bots are able to do, it almost goes unnoticed in a way, but it's something that human players do tend to struggle with a lot. Like we joked on it, like, oh no, these bots can hit open nets, we're done for. But like there's a certain amount of pressure that builds up in that opportunity, and it's just so clinical. Like it goes back to having the angle on lock and just knowing exactly where to send the ball regardless of not having ball cam. This Element now has taken 2 head-on kickoffs for 2 goals in a row, and all of a sudden this match is looking a lot closer than it was earlier.
Yeah, again, these kickoffs are bringing Element back into it. Yeah, I've seen someone mentioning like adding randomness in. I think that, again, that randomness though is only something that becomes an element when your opponent is essentially reading what you're doing, whereas the bots right now definitely have a mission. Like, okay, I know if I do this, then I can usually get a goal. If I do this, I can get a goal. And there's not a lot of adapting to your opponent's immediate movements, besides your positioning at this point, actual play. So the erraticness might not even make a difference at this point. But again, it's so interesting to see that these bots are already doing the things they're doing with the machine learning. It's so cool, and I'm so scared and excited to see where they end up in the next, even year.
I'm in the same boat. Like, just thinking about the growth so much. Like, again, circling back to how, the idea was people coming to this event this year and thinking like, wow, this is crazy compared to what I saw last year. And I don't think the growth of these is necessarily as linear as some people might expect. We see a big wall climb here, but Necto blocks it out. Element trying for that opportunity. Good control here to send aside. Nice little cut. But yeah, it's going to be really crazy to see how they advance, because I expect an exponential factor to it. Not necessarily, getting better bit by bit, but one big breakthrough is going to be all it takes, and these bots are going to be crazy.
Well, 20 seconds left. I don't know if those 4 goals are going to happen. Maybe one for the road. Nice little flick here, Element. Do it to him. And there it is. That backflip, flip cancel for Necto that gives just an extra layer of defensive capability that the Element didn't have. That probably would have saved it a few times. 0-second goal for the road. But Necto will be the victor.
And a huge congratulations here to Necto winning the whole thing. I mean, I love that we end on a 0-second goal as well for Element. And it was such a strong grand final too. Again, with so many people coming in thinking that this was Necto's tournament to lose. Element certainly giving a huge run for it. And that grand final alone, I will say, between these two, full 5-game series, a total of 90 goals scored in 5 games between these two bots. The final score total, 47 on Necto's side to 43. So close right down to the end of it, which is always what you love to hear.
There's a lot of goals.
Yeah. That is a ton.
Yeah, no, I think it's really, really interesting though how these bots ended diverging. Again, we saw things that the Element was strong at, the ground game super strong, at maintaining a solid, strong positioning on the field, also being able to use the sidewalls. Flicks and dribbles are great, but then obviously having the weakness of always side flipping on a challenge or anytime that ball is just a little bit too above its head, it didn't know what to do. Whereas Necto, again, had that stronger air game. It knew, hey, if I get up in the air, then I can just make sure my opponent doesn't even touch this. And the shots were consistent every single time. It was generally pretty strong around the goal line. It loved the aggressiveness, but then it also had the weakness of not being able to go up the wall, and also sometimes jumping on challenges when it shouldn't have jumped on a challenge, and it puts itself out of position. So it was fun to see that both having their own unique strengths and weaknesses that kept us in a close series. It wasn't both bots doing the exact same thing.
Absolutely. Even in the formulating of the kickoffs and whatnot, as straightforward as they may have seemed, so much variability going onto it, which is the beautiful thing to consider here as these bots continue to develop. But I have to step away here and give a quick thank you. Leaf, thank you so much for casting this alongside me. And thank you to everybody in the RLBot community for having me on. I sincerely enjoyed my time here, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how these bots progress. But like I said, that's it for me. Leaf, I believe, though, you are going to be handling an interview with Rolf, so have fun with that.
Thanks for hanging out with us. And now taking place here in the booth, Rolf is coming in. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was fun to watch. How on edge were you during the grand finals?
I need a shower.
True. I think the bots do as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
How does it feel now though that it's over and the victory's in your hands?
It feels great. We've been working on this for a long time, so it's great to see it come into fruition.
And I've been kind of asking some of these questions during the cast there, and now that I got you here, I can get some straight answers. So this is a machine learning bot, which is great because I know people were working on these the last time that I was around here, at least watching these, but it was still dominant in the hands of the hard coded bots, and we just knew that the machine learning bots needed time, and I heard that you guys have found a way now to up the tick rate so it can train faster. How much time has this bot spent in training now?
So Necto spent 30 years in game and about 30 days real time.
Wow,
so
that's
a month.
You guys really sped that up a lot, eh?
Yeah, yeah. It's 400 times or something total.
That's insane. That's huge for machine learning. I mean, it's absolutely necessary for them to remain competitive. Now we're also talking during the cast just about what you guys have to do to tweak it. Like there's input, like you guys have to still have to tell the bot what it should be doing out on the field. There are win conditions or loss conditions. What do you do? Let's reward you for doing this. What goes into that? Like how do the rewards work then? Like what are you telling it that it should be?
Yeah, it's a lot of sort of guesswork and know-how and tuning. So it's a lot of time spent on that. But at the end of the day, we can't know if it works until we try. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And I'm sure there's more tweaks and stuff here and there that you can every time you watch it, like, okay, what if we do
yeah, like the walls, for example.
Yeah. So what do you, in your opinion, were like the important choices that you did make, like the rewards that you gave it and that allowed it to learn so well to get them?
So what we did for Necto was we trained it on all 3 game modes. So 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3. Which the idea was sort of there's you can transfer knowledge from each of those.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of the like aerial plays, for example, you get less punished for those in 3v3, so it had the chance to sort of explore that side of things without being punished.
Yeah, and that was huge too, because we saw, especially against this bot at least, that just taking it off the ground just gave kind of free reign for Necto to do what it needed to do. Now, when it comes to like tweaking and training and trying to find the right path for the bot, how much time do you have to put into this to like tweak it and figure this out?
We spent a lot of time just making the framework around it so it could train, and then we like give it some reward weights, and then we run it for a while and maybe change some stuff. And, so it's kind of random in that sense, but we just make our best guess.
So I'm just curious too, because obviously, like machine learning is something that's still, it's a lot more accessible for people to get their hands on systems and run machine learning across various different fields of work. But like, did you just do this for fun? Did you learn this somewhere? Was it university work?
I did a computer science master's degree with sort of a machine learning specialization. So I know a lot of this stuff from before, but the reinforcement learning part of it is kind of new to me.
What made you pick Rocket League to test it on? You just like Rocket League?
I have thousands of hours.
Yeah, fair.
So I just saw they started with the RL gym, and I sort of latched onto that and helped them a little.
I know the true motivation is that the role is like, I hate all my teammates. I need one.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna make one.
Yeah, that's the goal at the end.
I need someone I can rely on here.
Yeah.
I'll take one too, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of like playing having a teammate playing against humans, how does it rank? Because I heard Necto can be played against, correct?
Yeah, it's in the RLBot bot pack. From what I've heard, it's like maybe low to mid diamond in 1v1.
Okay, so you guys have you like done tests against, like, hey, what's your rank? Play it.
Yeah, it's just like people try it and then say what the result was, and yeah. But in 2v2 and 3v3, it's maybe closer to like low champ, like borderline champ.
Yeah, it makes sense. Again, I think just the limitations of no wall or ceiling play might bring it down. But then the fact that it's so aggressive, that can throw so many people off.
I think the flicks is what
yeah
fucks people.
Well, yeah, because you're shadowing, you're like, wait, all of a sudden that ball's going at 100 kilometers an hour over my head.
yeah, because it doesn't the ball doesn't hide its view, so it can see when you challenge.
Okay, so for the bot then, I don't want to keep around too long. For the bot, what's the next step? Like, do you already have the next training things? Are you working on other bots? Are you going to be able to train this against other bots? What's the steps for this bot? Are you just going to throw it back into the tank and keep cooking?
Yeah, so we're actually training right now, and it's streaming on the Earl Gym Twitch channel, so people can go watch if they want. But it's just a lot of more tweaking and sort of ideas that we want to try out and see if it works out.
Hey, well, the people have been working hard on these for a while now, so you guys got the dub. If anybody else you want to shout out right now, do it. There's this community for the bot thing is awesome. So stage is yours.
Yeah, I want to shout out Soren, sort of the co-author, and then obviously Wrangler who made Element and RL Gym, and H who also made RL Gym. Yeah, and my sister and and her husband who's watching right now.
That's awesome. Well, hey, congratulations on making a machine learning bot that won this tournament. It's honestly impressive to see where they've come from where I've seen them last time, and especially again with the ability to do this faster. I expect them to get pretty scary going forward. So again, congratulations.
So. Thank you.
Rolf is one of the many passionate people working on these projects, and it's super fun because it gives us the entertainment. Chat, thanks for cheering on these bots. Do you think we're going to get to the day where we're cheering on just bots, like the pros are irrelevant now? One day, maybe. But I think at this point we're near done. Now, Terhart has offered me the opportunity to play against Necto.
That's right. I think we can get that roll in. Are you scared? Do you think you can take him?
I'm a little scared. I think I know what to do, but I have not played today. I've not warmed up. I've done nothing, and I'm not good at ones.
Oh, the excuses are coming out already. I love it. Oh boy, this is going to be good.
I'm just saying, don't expect me to win.
All right. Well, we don't know until we play. Do you have Baka's Mod Rocket plugin and everything?
I do. I just need to make sure Bacchus is on.
Let me just head over to what'smyipaddress.com and okay, there we go. I love that's a thing.
Yeah, it's like, okay, what is that? I mean, I guess we do have the command prompt too.
Yeah, probably.
Let me get booted up here. Chat, what other excuses can I make right now preemptively? I need your help and excuse.
Come on, chat, let's go.
Sun's in my eyes. My blinds are closed. I'm a gamer. I don't do sun. Necto 0 ping. True. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's a good one. What do I get?
While you
And
set
should I
that
be
up,
able
I'm
to
just
join?
going to make sure this is working on my end.
Okay. Should I be able to join now?
Actually, you know what? I gotta reboot some things.
Okay, cool.
I'm the weakest link now. Hang on.
The Fennec is dirty. Ah, I switched. Well, I was using the Dingo for. I'm back to Octane. I'm just back to Octane. It's Octane too. No game yet. We're just getting things set up. Working on. A human is going to try to play this on stream, and by human, it's me. So essentially, it's a bot v bot match. No, but I just want to see if I can exploit some of the things I saw.
Yeah, you've been studying up hard. You had some great insights during the match. I think if anybody can take on Necto cold, no practice, it's you at this point.
if I can. I don't know what my one's rank is because I don't play enough ones, and that's what I think it's around like diamond. No. But I haven't. I'm barely. Gibbs scripts me like he writes a script for me and programs it in the morning of the shows and yeah.
All right, the match is up theoretically.
All right.
See if you can join on that IP address.
It's freezing. That's a good sign.
Okay, always excellent.
Unironically, that actually usually is a good sign. Whenever I'm trying to join less maps, this usually happens. Oh, I think I'm in.
Oh, I see you.
We did it. All right, you just tell me what to do so I don't mess anything up here.
If you just join blue, and I'll get you in there.
Join blue. Okay. So this is interesting. It's on Starbase.
All right.
I wonder if that'll change any. Why?
Let me make sure it's on the right setting. Yep. All right. Necto should spawn in any second. All right. Let's get it. Good luck, Leaf.
All right. So obviously the main exploits I want to try are going to be getting that ball up on the wall. With that left diagonal kickoff. It's too good at it.
Oh man.
It's interesting how the bot always goes for the center. Like the bot could have put that away way sooner in the top corner there. But it's like, no, I'm gonna go for the center.
This is the octagon map? Son of a...
It is, and that's why I was very curious if it would
Oh, hang on.
This kickoff's too strong.
What even happened here? I'm sorry. We're gonna fix this.
Yeah, we need a reset. This is an invalid result.
This never should have happened to begin with. Alright, can we... We're just gonna have to rehost this. I don't even know how to do the thing.
Might have to rehost,
Yeah. Alright.
They actually trained that bot on Starbase, so it was a little extra, like it was a little stronger.
Yeah, that's how it went down. Do you have a map request?
This is good old DFH.
DFH? Alright, I got you. Well, I would if they had this in alphabetical order. Okay, here we go.
And this is what I want, though. I want these bots to be usable, playable, to train again. I mean, like...
Okay, we're back up. Yeah.
Especially when they get good enough. Imagine, pros being able to have this. I'm on an airplane. I want to play against the bot. I can do that locally. That'd be incredible.
All right, Necto's trying to load in. Beautiful.
Right. Let's go, Necto.
Oops.
Let's embarrass me.
Oh, you got it on kickoff.
Yeah, wall.
Nice. That's much better.
I told you, it was a Starbase. It was just they had extra training us. I'm not gonna get cocky yet. I do think that wall is going to be its downfall, though. We also know it's head-on kickoffs where we're not always necessarily the best.
True, true.
Now, what's it gonna do? Is it gonna come for me? Was. And there's again the other one I wanted to exploit was it jumps at the ball every single time.
Nice juke.
So
yeah,
right-
that's a perfect way. Yeah, you timed it perfect.
So it jumps at the ball and the wall. So that'll be the way to beat it. And that's something you guys can learn about your opponents. Humans have these tendencies as well. This is not just a that's good.
Oh, now you're done. Oh no.
The humans have these tendencies, and if you can learn to pick out these tendencies in your opponents as well, like human opponents, early on in a match or a series, you'll be able to. Obviously, we watched a whole couple series of this bot to make it easier to pick it out. But if you can do that early on, that's how pros beat you. That's how players better than you beat you. Is they find those tendencies, they find those habits that you have.
All right, Necto really needs to get back in this. Nice bump. Oh, there we go. And yet.
Try to put over.
That was courteous of you to give him a chance there.
Let's see how he deals here. Just trying to keep it up off the wall, on the wall.
Oh yeah, because it was only Element going on the wall. Necto likes to stay on the grass, right?
Yeah. It was Element's wall. Necto does not deal with walls.
Oh, here it is.
Time you get close to the bot, it jumps.
It's pretty quick to recover, though.
It is. That's the both the bots. Honestly, were so good at the recoveries.
Let's see if this confuses Necto.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, now you're in trouble.
Bad on my part. Oh, nice. Smart. See, at the second you get close to it, it jumps. So if you can bait those out. That's what I was doing on the other end. Baiting out the jumps and the flips. But in that case, it helped it because we had possession. We did consistent amount of speed off of the shots. Good time.
Oh, that looks good.
Humble.
Oh, Necto helped you with that one.
If that was Element, I think that was a save because it would have dribbled that out.
I don't think
It
Necto's ever
feels so
seen that
weird
before.
knowing that I'm playing a bot, but it's moving the way it's moving. It's honestly almost surreal.
Yeah, kind of uncanny valley.
Yeah.
Oh, almost. Nice shot.
It doesn't know how to deal with walls at all. The very close approach on that. I think it wanted. Did I take that boost though? I think it was thinking maybe a boost was there. Does it know when a boost is spawned or not spawned?
I'm not sure, actually.
Oh, what did it just do? Is there two?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
I did. Oh, there's two. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Oh my god. I'm actually very scared. Oh, man. This will be very interesting. Because this is trained on twos, right? Oh, use the wall.
Oh, nice play by Necto.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's right,
Dude,
guys.
it's still
I
not
found the
that great.
duplication glitch.
This is so interesting. And what is cool is that because it's been trained, I'm pretty sure that that second bot is actually positioning itself properly. They're not both just chasing the ball right now. This is so fun. Okay. I just have to win a good kickoff here to get
Yeah,
first.
yeah, they really set each other up on that one. This is so unfair.
Add another leaf.
Do you have a twin brother we can invite in here?
Here.
There's the win.
The delay. Now, oh, look at it's going bot mode on. Okay. It's going to flick when I get close enough. Yeah. Oh, and it does follow it up. I just need to. I need to bait the. I baited it the flick, but then I didn't position myself for a better player would have. It follows up so fast on those flicks. It's such a good strategy too. If you can get a consistent flick like that, it's honestly, I'm not surprised at learning to do that. Oh, look at that quick approach out of no boost though.
Yeah, this looks like trouble. Nice defense.
Ooh,
no,
I totally forgot. Totally forgot I had two of them. They were so. This Necto is very aggressive. All right, I just need to kick off and control in the corner where they're not challenging me, and it's so hard because it's so aggressive. Oh, that's good.
You gotta hold on for 53 seconds.
Could have punished that. It's so interesting watching them because I didn't expect them to just pass the ball at center, so I left because I expected a good touch. And then the second Necto got so aggressive on following up.
I feel bad because I would be getting completely demolished here. You're putting up a very good fight against two Nectos.
It's trouble. Yeah, I'm flip right away.
All right, we're gonna give you a St. Peter to help you out.
What are we getting?
there's a goalie bot called St. Peter.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I gotta get this done quick. Where is he?
Fine. I'll get the pick off.
There you go.
Oh, did they die? Oh,
I think they died somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think on the spawn and they die, but I think after kickoff it'll be fun.
All right, here's St. Peter for the tie break. Yeah, I see him back
does
there.
Peter
Good.
go or does he just back?
He stays back pretty much the whole time.
At least he takes.
Oh, except for kickoff, yeah.
That goes. Time.
All right, here we go.
Pick off again.
For all the marbles.
Yes, he does. Yes. I just didn't know if I could trust him to take the kickoff properly. Oh.
Oh, I thought that was it.
I was hoping they would jump because I got close enough, so I tried to actually dunk them. Oh, the fighting check.
Necto on Necto violence.
I don't know what to do here. Or that good.
Oh, wow, that was big. St. Peter needs to save your butt here. Oh my god.
I want that boost.
Just want to shout out St. Peter was made by Impossible. So if he comes up with a big play, that's who you can thank. Oh, yes.
So my plan now is with St. Peter there is just make Necto flick early. So St. Peter can... That's early now. That's GG.
What?
I don't know what I was trying to do here.
Was St. Peter just chilling in the corner?
Yeah, St.
That's
Peter said,
unfortunate.
"I'll leave. You don't get the win.
Wow.
These are my brethren."
He hung you out to dry with that. That's
Yeah, I guess
terrible.
So I don't know if we want. I don't know if we want bots as our teammates yet. Look what they do.
Yeah. Just betrayal at the critical moment. You got to be careful out there.
Yeah, early on. So I think what the plan would be is with St. Peter in that. Now you just make Necto flick. St. Peter saves, and now you just. But it is interesting having two of them, how they reacted to each other. And two very aggressive, very
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say for sure the Nectos would be a higher ranking twos than in ones. I think they're still beatable because obviously you just take up the wall, and I think is going to be their biggest downfall if there's just no challenge on the wall, or you can just air dribble through the entire. If you're good enough.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this evolves and whether they can fill any of those gaps and weaknesses.
Oh, and I mean, here's the thing: it's like it's still early on. I mean, like, how do they know how many? I'm curious how many games roughly. I know we have the at like 30 years of games. How many games does that result?
Oh, geez, I don't have the numbers on that. I wish I did. Maybe somebody in chat can throw out a number.
Because you look at some of these other AIs in like Dota that are challenge pros are thousands and thousands of games have been practiced, hundreds of thousands. Okay. It was 3,155,682.65. So, because the games tend to be longer than.
Oh yeah, like it takes me 10 minutes to finish one, but is that because of replays and stuff? They might have an instant goal reset.
Oh yeah, instant goal. I mean, there's still the kickoff countdown.
Oh yeah, good call. It's not ticking during that. All right. Well, that was awesome.
Yeah, no, that was really cool. Thanks for. Honestly, it was really interesting to play a bot again as the uncanny valley, the surrealness of going like, oh, this is not a human. I feel right now. This isn't one of those terrible bots that you just play in
Right.
and stuff.
Right.
This is really interesting to see how they've grown and adapted, and I'm very excited to see where they continue to go. Because again, the more time they spend in the oven, the better they're going to be.
Yep. Well, if anybody out there watching wants to try the bots for yourself, you can go to RLBot.org and download the bot pack. You can actually get it set up pretty quick. It's a lot of fun.
Heck yeah. Hey, well, thanks for having me. And again, for everyone showing interest in the blocking, it's super sick.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us today. Your casting was awesome. Gaugen also obviously did awesome too, and all our casters. And best bots we've ever seen in a tournament. So thank you guys for all the work you put in. Advancing the state of the art. Congratulations to Rolv and Soren for making the winner Necto. If you all want a t-shirt to remember this forever, and of course you do, we've got a little merchandise shop that you can visit. I'll post a link to that in a second. Yeah, any closing thoughts, Leaf, before we button this up?
I was gonna say, everyone working on it, whether you're hard coding or you're using machine learning, then keep it up, because honestly, it's super fun to do. And shout outs to you guys for throwing this tournament on to give a platform for people to utilize these bots, to show these bots, and again, everyone putting in hard work, because there's a lot of time spent into stuff. To see it on screen and people enjoy it as entertainment is really cool, and just to see it happen is really cool. And thanks for having me again.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks, Lee. Thanks, everybody. Good games, and I'll see you in the next one.